Good day and good evening and welcome to Walk and Talk with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but just call me Kai. On this stream, first, we'll go for a walk. And I have a timer for that. When we reach our destination, we'll review clips, like we usually do in these kinds of streams. However, while we walk, is the time where we talk about whatever, so if there's like questions like sometimes comes up in tea time streams as well, this is the time to do that. And this also gives like a clear, well, vague but clear ending point for the talking part and going over to the clip review part. And I have a bunch of clips to look at, so I wonder how long the walk that I've decided is. You can see where we start, and you can't see the end, but you'll be able to see where we're going as we're going, I'm pretty sure. I had to remake my live split thingy, and I didn't test it fully, so hopefully it'll work. But yeah, if you want to walk with me, we are on Ravana Materia on OCE, which all regions can visit, and we are in the final zone, Living Memory, in Instance 1, all the way up there in the corner. And the game plan is basically to walk and talk. So with that said, hey Zaf, hey Liv, hey Fatman, hey Gazel, hey Giraheen, hey Kazadragoon, hey Seras, hey Jake, hey Matthew, hey Ham, hey Monica, hey Ilana, hey Viek. I hope you're all doing very well. Should we get going then? Now, I didn't actually check the entire route, so hopefully I can find my way through here. I realized as I was making my way here, or rather, originally, my starting point was the entrance to the Skydeep Cenote, and then I got there and I was like, well, the door's there. And then I clicked it. Well, the door's there. And then I landed over there and I was like, oh yeah, that's true. And then I just added it, so we're a little further than I had initially planned. And hey Strat, hope you're doing well as well. So. Is the way down over there, or can we jump? Can we jump? We cannot jump. We can indeed not jump. I'm gonna need a map for this, as you can see. Yeah. I also mentioned this Tuesday, but basically, Monday morning, I installed like a new BIOS update for my motherboard, which was supposed to make like the weird Intel CPU problems go like stop. Like, it doesn't go away. Any damage that is done, but maybe, like, make it more better. What happened instead is Final Fantasy XIV could not run stable consistently for, like, an hour. Sometimes less than 5 minutes before it would produce the notorious DirectX crash error. And let's see. Do we just walk this way around, or is there a faster way? And, well, that is something that you can try one thing at a time. Eventually, one of them might work, right? Like, maybe you reinstall the game. Nope, that didn't work. Maybe you update your GPU driver. Nope, that didn't work. Maybe if you update your CPU driver. Nope, that didn't work. Maybe if you reinstall your GPU driver. Nope, that didn't work. And so on and so forth, until eventually something gives and it works. But that also meant that Monday I spent most of the day just dealing with the fact that the game kept crashing, which made it very not fun to do dailies. Like, we do high level dungeons, I crash on a trash pack. We do leveling dungeons, I crash on a trash pack. and so on and so forth, reaching the point where like my game was crashing so frequently that I was like not sure if it was a good idea to even queue for frontline, things like that. Then you know it's bad. Were you the tank? Fortunately not. I believe I was playing White Mage for both duties, which meant that when I disconnected, healer's gone. But that didn't, as far as I could see, that didn't lead to any wipes. Yagazu was tanking. But like that was a point where it's like, I can deal with that. Hopefully we can find a solution. If not, Tuesday, I only crash sometimes, so I can probably do dailies, and then we just have to deal with the fact that the game keeps crashing. I can log in relatively quickly, the PC's fast, that's fine, and usually it doesn't crash twice in the same dungeon. So hopefully it's fine. Then Tuesday morning, I update the GPU driver, and then I discovered that if I had OBS open on any scene with a media source, which means, for example, the pre-stream or the end slate, so, you know, the stream is starting in X minutes, or the thank you for watching slates, OBS will crash with no error message within 5 minutes. It'll just randomly crash. And like, it's not like in, oh, it freezes and then you can do something. No, it just closes. Which means, if I streamed with that, I would be sitting there doing my thing, and then suddenly OBS, which is over on this monitor, just goes gone. And then you sit there over there going, what happened? And then I would pretty much have to start a new stream, probably. And I quickly ran out of options. I even tried to reinstall the BIOS update. Didn't help. So Tuesday we streamed on my backup PC, which is this one. And... did I disconnect? I think I did. Well, that's going to make things harder. Wow. It took so long that I noticed that no one was following me. And I noticed that the mob stopped moving. This is always fun when you're over on materia. But because there were these stability issues, I streamed on this PC Tuesday, which it's pretty strong, but it doesn't have the exactly as stable frame rate as the stronger one. There's also some things like it doesn't have the firepower to both run Final Fantasy XIV at full blast like this and also watch a video on another monitor at HD quality without one of them lagging severely. It's like, it's a little weaker, but it's weaker in the ways that don't really matter for all of you. Let me just run up to where I was. The splits are ruined. But that worked fine. So Wednesday, I tested a little bit more, and then I sent the main PC, which was out there, back to the manufacturer. I've suggested that the PC might be haunted. It has had weirdness with it for so long that it might be haunted. And that's my best explanation. Gave them the best description I could of the problems it had. And I asked them to do whatever it takes to make sure that it is actually stable. So hopefully when it comes back, when it finally comes back and it's fully set up, we no longer have weird issues in any way. Also, hey, Eaterit, and Ark, and Cyanide, and Taldemar. Hope you're doing well. We are on instance 1. Also, let's see, Jake said, did you know if you use the final version of New Game Plus, you can restore the old living memory? I do know that. But I do feel like this isn't so bad. This also means that if there's anyone that tunes in that hasn't reached living memory yet, they'll see this version, which is not as cool of a reveal, I guess. Says I know where the end is. It will end in M4S. Could you imagine? Like, we just walk all this way over to the Arcadian, and then I just, like, join some group for M1S, and we just beat it first try, and then we do M2S, beat it first try, and then do M3S, which I've not even tried yet. Just beat it first try, and then go into M4S and just beat it first try, while all of you just sit there like... How? I'm just like, I don't know. Live split is effective. Yeah, also that strat. We do it on materia ping as well. Liv says, my PC can't run Final Fantasy XIV at full power and watch our video either. So at some point I got really annoyed and just capped the FPS of Final Fantasy XIV to 60 and haven't bothered switching back since. That's fair. What I know, because I tested a little bit between these two PCs the past few days, this one can run Final Fantasy XIV. If it's uncapped, it will actually run up to like 240 FPS on regular HD. And the one who's for repairs goes up to 360 FPS. And it's also had like shadows at a slightly higher quality and things like that. Yeah, also, well, only walking and as Fisher. But yeah, so like that, the other PC can like produce 50% more frames in that particular context. But if we get it on this monitor, which is 4K, I cap it to 120 frames because that's what the monitor can show anyway. The PC that's over getting repaired can run a reasonably stable 120 FPS in nearly all zones. If there's a lot of players around, like Limsa when it's very populated, or like Tuliholol when there's a lot of crafters sometimes, then it can drop to like 90. This one starts at 90 and can probably drop to 70 or even 60 when it's pressed. And it takes everything the GPU can muster to produce those 90. The reason why the other PC drops loses frames when there's a lot of people is because I think it means that like it's not actually the GPU that is having trouble. It's like something else that is causing it. Because while it isn't producing all the frames, it's not even using it's using 60% of the GPU's performance. So like that shouldn't be it. But it's not a bad idea to like cap your frames so that you don't waste like energy on producing frames you're not seeing anyway. Storing the old living memory defeats the story purpose. In a way. I think this is also interesting in a way. To see it like this. Something that also keeps tripping me up is for some reason I would have assumed that the arrow path would have been the middle left one. Because that matches with this. But for some reason it's the far left one. Is this near? And also, yes, Aradil did say that's Gilano in the chat. It does help to like the stream. I'm not sure exactly how, but from what I understand, it does help the YouTube algorithm be like, oh, this is a good stream. So the support is very much appreciated. Thank you. See, Liv says I get around 120 FPS at 1080 with my setup, but that also heats up my GPU and eventually my room pretty quickly. Oh yeah, that one's always fun, right? Like that's why I call the other PC my little son. Because it does exactly that. Runs way stronger than this one, but this one's actually it's a little quieter. And doesn't get as warm, I don't think. At least it doesn't like throw as much warmth in my face. I could also understand an argument for running Final Fantasy XIV at something. The common argument for running more frames than your monitor can actually produce is that if there is like a drop in frames for whatever reason, then you might not feel it. But even if that was the case, I don't feel like Final Fantasy XIV is a game that runs fast enough for that to be a relevant factor. You get less input lag as well. Yeah, I guess so. Something that is worth keeping in mind is that Final Fantasy XIV, when you press your keybinds, it sends the information to do the thing on the next viable frame, which means that if you play on a really low frame rate, there's a lot of like delay, essentially speaking. And that does lead to weird things like optimal GCDs being something really specific, and it can vary depending on your frame rate and things like weird things like that. It's usually a relatively minor detail, but it is something that exists. Liv says, I've been wanting to replace my GPU for a while because if I don't limit my FPS in a lot of games, it'll just shoot up to 100 degrees Celsius. That's very warm. Is that... Have you checked if that's normal for your GPU? Like that's something that can sometimes be worth checking if your hardware shoots up to a very high temperature. Then it might be worth checking how hot your hardware is normal at. Like, how much is it expected to reach? Zav, does my GPU runs Final Fantasy XIV at max details and remains at 48 Celsius? Do you play on a 4K monitor or a regular, like, 1080p one, Zav? Like, anything's possible, but, like, from what I know about you, it wouldn't surprise me if you had set 1080. 1440. How many, like, how high frame rate? GPUs run very hot. That's true. I believe this one right now is at 82, but it's stable there. 130 frames per second. Fair enough. I think the other PC, I didn't really pay that close attention to it because it's like, if it's fine, then I'm good. I think when it was like 4K, 120 FPS with everything at max in Final Fantasy XIV, the GPU would like sit at around 60. Strat says, I think Monk can lock their FPS at 121 to get an extra 0.064 GCDs or something. It's something like that. It depends on what the like, I haven't actually looked into that yet. Haven't like gotten around to Monk yet in that aspect, but it depends on what's the optimal GCD for the job, and does that coincide with something relative to that specific frame rate that you have. I've like given examples of this in videos previously, and I also said it on the Discord. I think also I've done it on streams, but it's like if you take 1 second and split, like if your frame rate is 60, like you have 60 frames per second, then you take 1 second divided by 60, and then basically you check as you add up the frames, like if your GCD is 1.94, for example, then you just like add the amount of times that match that amount of frames until you hit the number where more time has passed than your GCD. Because that will be the moment where it will be able to send your request for your next GCD. It will not be able to do it early. It will, like, while spell queuing exists, the queue moves when your frame rate does. Which does matter, as Strat gave an example, that it can give slightly more frames. Or not frames, it can give a fraction of a GCD. If you have it just right. It's usually the most egregious when you're in a position where having 1 GCD is completely pointless because the next frame happens on 0.01 second later. Let's see. Right, that works. So like it doesn't add anything. I'm pretty sure the particular problem was Monk in Endwalker, where if your frame rate was a clean 60, then you needed a GCD of 193, because if your GCD was 194, then it like your actual GCD was 195, because that's when the frame happened. Like, basically imagine you put a skill speed materia in your gear and nothing changes. I mean, your demolish does a fraction more damage, your auto attacks do a fraction more damage, but your GCD feels the same somehow. Zip says, imagine doing mechanics at 20 FPS. Couldn't be me, right? Sip. Are you alright? Back in Wrath of the Lich King in World of Warcraft was the first time I actually participated in a raid. My first experience with raiding as a Death Knight, I was a DPS, thankfully, is less than 1 FPS Obsidian Sanctum. Like, basically, fight starts, screen just freezes. A few seconds later, it shows you 1 picture. A few seconds later, 1 picture. By the way, that PC was made to be able to handle Half-Life 2. Meanwhile, World of Warcraft Raid, Well, your action deals more damage. Gazel, because Demolish, well, in Endwalker, Demolish applied a dot, as we know, and skill speed increases the damage done by damage over time effects applied by weapon skills. It also increases the damage of your auto attacks. But yeah, in Endwalker, in Dawntrail, I don't think Monk has a dot, so like that wouldn't apply. Oh, whoops, we should probably walk this way. Hey, Fila, hope you're doing well. Yeah, 20 FPS is doable. It's a little rough, but it's doable. It's doable. I would prefer at least 30, but I could absolutely say that my performance would probably be affected at 30. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, when I streamed on the laptop, it wasn't... I'm pretty sure that wasn't even 60. Like, that was significantly less than that, I'm pretty sure. But if you're used to 30, then you probably won't notice it. There's a friend cleaned and reapplied heat conductor on my GPU. It made a near 20-degree difference. There you go. BX says, quick question on Warrior's 25-second benediction, so raw intuition or bloodwetting. I don't use any mitigations during dungeon pulls when I use this and only mitigate once it runs out, correct? I would say so. That's specifically in dungeon pulls. There are, of course, like, the important thing is you need to survive to, like, get the healing. So usually you should make sure that you use this action early enough that you don't die before it applies the healing. But yeah, you like once it's running and you're getting the heals, you don't need to use any other defensive cooldowns. Like, since you're fully healing every GCD, and not only that, because of, you know, the way that the healing is staggered, an enemy could even punch you in between the healing, and your HP bar will just go like, and then end on full anyway, even though you're getting actively punched. So, as long as you can take the damage and you don't die, then, like, you don't need to use anything else. And in dungeons, you shouldn't need anything else. Like, I look at a warrior weird if they use a defensive cooldown on top of bloodwetting or even raw intuition in a dungeon. The exception being if it's like a tank buster or something, then I could see an argument for doing that, because then it's a boss. Yeah, exactly, Gleaming. The thing is, you might not notice until you see the difference. Many years ago, I went to boarding school, and I had a better PC at home than at school, because I used a laptop there. When I got home, I could then use the stronger PC, but at some point, something got damaged in the PC. What it was, I think we concluded it was the power supply that was something wrong, because sometimes while you were using it, it would just suddenly, the screen would freeze, and any light in the keyboard would just stop. And of course the sound would quit, but it would just sit there and wait for you to turn it off. Like, it wasn't going to go anywhere, it was over, but the screen was on. We didn't really track down what the problem was. We solved it by going, well, this PC's dead, and then we replaced it with a new one. However, that new one was a PC put together by a friend, and that friend was like, oh yeah, I can make it. And then when we had made the deal that was what we're going to do, is like, oh, by the way, I'm away all summer. Excellent. So I got home from boarding school and I didn't have a desktop PC. I just had that laptop that was capable of running games. It was not great at it, but it was capable. So I played World of Warcraft Cataclysm in the Firelands patch over that summer, where I think I had like a stable 30 FPS, assuming I wasn't doing anything else. Like, if I wanted to also, like, listen to music or something, that caused frames somehow. Not from Earth says the thing is bloodletting is also mitigation of the... Well, no, not quite Not from Earth. Raw intuition is 10%. Bloodletting is actually 19%. Because it's two 10% that stack. Was that Fox Blade and Not from Earth? And tell it about. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, 19%. Because they stack. It gives two of them and they stack with itself. But that doesn't change the fact that, yeah, it does provide some mitigation, which is the exact reason why you would, like, possibly use Raw Intuition or Bloodletting and a different defensive cooldown if you're expecting a tank buster. Rather than wait until after the damage is taken, because then, like, some mitigation doesn't get spent. Since I don't mind 30 FPS, Armor 3 barely runs at 20 FPS when anything is going on the strongest computers you could build. That is concerning, because the issue with low frame rates you generally run into is when you rotate your screen quickly. I could imagine that. Hey Maison, hope you're doing well. And hey Butterfly Spirit, hope you're doing well as well. Delmar says, a couple of weeks ago I said I'd join the M1S once my ult was ready and jokingly said, give me a couple of weeks. Well, turns out that wasn't quite enough. Fair enough. We're looking into a more permanent solution. But then I had the PC issue that I mentioned earlier. Butterfly Spirit says, is it possible to play Dark Knight and Machinist with high ping? Depends on how high. If your ping is like, I don't know, like yeah, basically as Gazel says, Dark Knight is doable. Machinist can feel very, very hard to do even decently. The key is if you can, like, if your example is high enough that double weaving is not possible. For Dark Knight, that means that you will not be able to do an optimal 2-minute burst. Like, just cold hard truth. You cannot do an optimal 2-minute burst as a Dark Knight if you can't double weave. That's going to be too much. For Machinist, that also applies. You will not be able to do an optimal 2-minute burst. Fortunately for casual play at least, neither of these jobs actually rely on that. In fact, the only reason why they bother to do a 2-minute burst is to like ride the coattails of everyone else's raid buffs. So if you're only playing casual content, you might not even have any raid buffs and any reason to do a 2-minute burst. And like now that problem is out of the way. Now for Machinist, if you cannot double weave, it usually implies you can't weave anything during the hypercharge window. It's still doable, but it's really, really awkward. The thing you'd have to do as Machinist is you would have to every time that you want to use hypercharge, you need to make sure that you've spent all of your checks, your double check on your checkmate or Gauss round and ricochet, all the way down to 0 charges. Preferably have like 20 seconds of cooldown left on them as well. That would be nice. If you could have like 22 or 23, even better. And then you use hypercharge and then you just blazing shot 5 times. Because you have already run the cooldown completely down, you would have space for somewhere around 70 to 75 seconds of cooldown reduction without losing anything. With the key being that a hypercharge window takes 7.5 seconds, and it reduces the cooldown of both checks by 75 seconds, so perfectly speaking, you would need to have like 23 seconds of cooldown left on both of them. Which means one of them would have to be at like 24, 25, because, as you mentioned, can't double weave, so you can't have them both weaved on your first GCD very nicely either. But it would be possible. It would be possible. I would absolutely not recommend Machinist on a high ping, but if you're playing casual content primarily, you could make it work. The same with Dark Knight. You could make it work. But it'll be a lot harder than some other jobs. Tom says Arma 3 is built on a 25-year-old engine at this point. Oh, so what you're saying is the reason why it's lagging so much is because it's severely not well optimized or something like that? But it could be done. And that's an awkward thing, because I feel like these days the list of jobs that you can't play on a high ping feels like it's increasing with every expansion. Hey Catch, it has been a little bit since you've been on the stream. I hope you're doing well. It's also been a little bit since we've heard regularly from you on the Discord, I feel like. Gunbreakers 2 is tough too on a high ping. Yeah, it is. Yes, Not From Earth says, if you're not doing Savage or current extremes, it's manageable. But, like, there is a difference between, it doesn't matter, you can do what you want, and, no, this job sucks on a high ping. Like, for example, if you're on a high ping, you basically can't do the, like, the twin blade double weaves on Viper. Like, you straight up just can't. So there I would also say you probably shouldn't on a high ping. But again, like, if you don't mind that weakness, like, if you're playing casual content, the worst you're going to hear in most circumstances is people mildly annoyed to themselves. But you know, if it's casual content, who cares? The scripting engine can't run fast enough. It's limited by CPU clock speed, and those haven't really increased in long time. Ah, I see, Zav. And yeah, I know, Catch. I know that you're Zell on the Discord server. Same argument. I feel like it's been a bit, but I'm glad to hear that you're surviving. Sorry to hear that it's not great. Vizinia says, I've been watching a backlog of your Can I Solo That videos, and it looks like you've gathered a lot of nice players to play with. Yes, I have. Very much so. And thank you so much for joining the Cult of the Pink, Taldemar. Welcome. Hope you enjoy the emotes. And I can't remember, I think you joined the Discord the other day. If you link your YouTube account to your Discord, you should also get a little fancy role in there. Thank you. Paz says, thanks, Square Enix. I'll never, ever, ever double weave in America. Please don't look at my suspicious FF logs. Butterfly Spirit says, are there any classes that don't require any double weaving for really high ping? There are a few jobs that have few enough weaves that you can space out your weaves over, like, multiple single weaves with no major loss. From memory, Paladin is an example. Warrior is an example. Pictomancer, maybe? Yeah. They have some points where their GCD is ridiculously long. Which can also help a little bit. Maybe Red Mage? Maybe? A little bit? Could make it work? Summoner, maybe? Foxblade says, only double weave on Dragoon I can remember is both buffs on 2 minutes. Dragoon has in their burst of OGCDs, they have Jump, Mirage Dive, 3 Nastrons, potentially a Wormwind Thrust, Dragonfire Dive, Rise of the Dragon, Star Diver, which is a mega single weave, Star Cross, 1 to 2 life surges, lance charge, battle litany, and guys. Like, I ran out of fingers. They have like 15 or so. Like, they have a ridiculous amount of weave, so I don't think I can make that work. Like, I don't think Dragoon would be able to do it. The most effective ones for casual play are jobs that don't have buffs of their own. Because then it's like, well, if you're not trying to... Is Dragoon playable on high ping? Playable, but you will absolutely feel the lag. Absolutely. Significantly. I wouldn't recommend it. Like, jobs that don't have, or like, don't have personal damage buffs are easier to try. Because, like, it doesn't matter as much if your weaves, like, overflow the 8 GCDs of a burst window. If you're mostly casual, right? And if you do play a job that has a raid buff, well, if it's not a super strong raid buff, then it's not too bad, right? It's not too bad. And your red mage is actually like, the dual casting would be a death sentence for it. If your latency is so bad that you can do the notorious swift cast, hard cast, then I don't think I can jump over this, can I? Nope. Not while walking. I have managed to scale that one. Summoner might work. Might. But yeah, that doesn't leave a very promising list, does it? We have Warrior Paladin, Pictomancer, Summoner maybe. Oh yeah, there's also the part that because Dragoons, many of Dragoon's cooldowns are those, like I've talked about it before, I've called it the lunchbox rotation. Because, like, you have, like, 4 buttons that turn into another button. Those, I haven't done a lot of testing on that, but I'm pretty sure they don't play very nicely with high ping. Because that means you use Geishgul, then the game has to go, now he's used it, and then it turns into Nastrand, right? And that's not great. Like, you could just make them separate buttons, but Dragoon has a lot of buttons. So it's like, do you have space for that? Not from Earth, Summoner really only has the Titan phase and when Ether charges, I think. Yeah, the problem with Summoner is that if your ping is high enough, you might not actually be able to have 6 impulses without a really high, like really fast GCD. I believe Gysahl had problems with this back in late Endwalker. That they needed like a GCD of 237 or something to actually be able to cast the 6th impulse before the game went, oh, no, you didn't make it. Bahamut left. Oh, no worries, Jake. Banzail says Samurai is playable with 200 ping. Yes, Samurai might work. They have some spaces where they really would like to double weave. But for the most part, they could probably work with single weaves. There is the problem that you might have trouble weaving anything after a cast. My ping average 1,300? Is that an additional 0 by accident, or do you actually mean 1,300? You pretty much live. 6 astral impulses on high ping is like trying to go into a supermarket 2 minutes before they close, and you have to gamble if they're actually gonna let you in. Lowest I've gotten is around 700 ping, I think. I'm... with an average ping swinging between 700 and 1300, I'm actually impressed, Butterfly Spirit, that you decided to continue playing. Because that seems completely like, imagine an average ping of 1000 ms. That's a full second. I think if my latency was that bad, I don't think I would have gotten into Final Fantasy XIV. That's not meant as anything negative. It's just, that's ridiculous. With a latency of, if we just say it's an average of 1000, you should be able to single weave things on like a job with a normal GCD and things like that. But that's really problematic. It'll still feel extremely awkward. Doesn't Final Fantasy disconnect at like 1000? No. That's also the reason why you saw that I could walk for like 30 seconds before the game was like, oh, by the way, you actually lost your connection. Let's see. Oh, right, we just go this way around. Since it's Astrologian, maybe? I feel like most double weaves are nice to have or O-snap moments. No. The thing is, Astrologian has a ridiculous amount of things it would like to weave. So, optimally... Alright, Zelda, good luck. Optimally, Astrologian would like to weave way more than any other healer. Like, if you have a really bad connection, I think White Mage might be your best pick for a healer. Not because White Mage doesn't want to weave, just because White Mage has the least amount of weaves that it feels compelled to do. Because it has such an emphasis on GCD healing with its lilies and things like that. Since it's how do you measure ping? One way is to look up the IP addresses for the data centers. Then open your command prompt if you're on Windows, and then just write ping space the address, like the IP address of the server that you want to check. And then it'll say your latency a few times, assuming it connects, and then it'll finish by giving you an average. Another way is you can open, if you do like this and open Resmon here. And you wait a little bit. Then here, in TCP connections, so you have to go to network, mine is in Danish, and then TCP connections. Then you'll find Final Fantasy XIV _dx11.exe. And then you look over here, where it says waiting time in MS, and then you can see your ping. You can see mine says 300 because we're over on OCE. That one tracks like kinda live, so like if you want to keep track. But if you're not on, like if you're not gaming Final Fantasy XIV on a PC, then that's not very helpful. Like if you're a console player, then you have to do something like open a PC on the same network as your console and then ping it manually to get the information that your PlayStation is working with, essentially. The thing that you can see in-game Butterfly Spirit is actually not your ping. This is not your ping. This is actually basically completely useless for determining your ping. Basically, it's tracking how many things you're sending to the server and how many you're receiving. If either one says 0, you have a problem. But other than that, as Sav says, it just tells you that there's something, like that there's activity. Also, hey Bad Angel, hope you're doing well. And usually, like speaking of Witch Pass, usually I play on like 20 to 30 ms. Obama says, wait, my sending says 0 like half the time. As long as it doesn't say 0 all the time. Yeah, I think most jobs are like manageable in around 150 Sin. Liv says, does anyone know why the game tells us that information? Nope. Nope. Yeah, probably spaghetti. Let's see. Catch says, I deal with an average ping of like 400 because my apartment is the one apartment that the wiring is so old my ping and internet is always slow. I've had my provider here multiple times trying to fix it. Oh man. 512 ping. That's still yikes. Butterfly Spirit, but that's a lot more manageable than 1000. It still means that you should be capable of single weaving on most jobs normally. Double weaving, no. And 500 also matches with that would not be possible to weave anything in the hypercharge window. Ham also says it will say in 0 if you're doing nothing and your Final Fantasy XIV is not sending a ping that it is still running and would like to stay connected. Yeah, if you're just standing somewhere, not doing a thing, you're just sitting there quietly and looking at that, there's a possibility it'll say 0. Hey Danilo, hope you're doing well. We're basically just taking a walk and talking. That's what's happening. Red Mage Guide when? I'm not sure. It's not exactly at the top of my list yet. But it'll come eventually. The XS 17 MS? Oh, that's nice. Perhaps wait a patch and see if Squeenix fixes the broken 84 to 94 rotation. That is an interesting point, Strat. I think my perspective on that is where, like, because it takes a while to get through all those jobs. I already knew before I even started on the guides that the first, like, I will probably not have finished all of the job guides before 7.1. So if we're close enough to 7.1, there's a really good argument for me to wait until after the release of 7.1, just to see. Just to see if they change it. For those that don't know what we're talking about, at level 84, so they changed something about Red Mage with Dawntrail release. At level 84, Jolt 2 upgrades to Jolt 3. Jolt 3 is 20 potency stronger than the fire and the stone. The fire and the stone still produce 1 more mana total than Jolt 3. But it does mean that you have this extremely weird situation of technically Jolt is more upfront damage, so the fire and the stone is only arguably worth it for the mana to cast an extra melee combo later. So if you don't make that, then there's no reason to do that, and that's really awkward. Hey Valaren, this is a walk through some Dawntrail zones while we talk about anything and everything Final Fantasy XIV. It's a little bit like tea times that we also had. The only difference is that I'm not just standing somewhere, I'm walking somewhere. We're walking somewhere. It originated from an April Fool's stream I did, where the plan was actually just to walk somewhere. And it was so well received that that's like the only reason why I stopped doing that with the release of Dawntrail was because I felt like it would be weird if we didn't do walks through Dawntrail zones, but I also felt that doing that really early in Dawntrail would mean that a lot of people couldn't participate because spoilers. Strat says, I believe the theory crafters have determined that the mana is never worth it. Really? I feel like I estimated... I didn't actually spend that much time on it, but I tried to estimate the value of 1 mana. And for it to never be worth it, 1 mana has to be worth less than 20 potency. Which is possible. There's also the argument, and that's also something that plays into theory crafting, is yes, that's true, but that 1 mana only matters if it actually resulted in you having an additional melee combo that you wouldn't have had otherwise. And that could be realistically relevant if, let's say, you would have ended the fight on like 45, 50 mana without using the Fire and the Stone, but you would like... You could have landed on 50-50 if you did use them. Things like that. And that's so specific that I could see how it would be like, well, it's really, really close. It might be relevant in a really, really niche situation, but in 99% of cases, it's not helpful. Therefore, the mana's never worth it. Like an argument like that is my guess. I haven't, like, read the theory crafting on that strat. Is me guessing, because I have talked about this before, but that is a good point, that there's a possibility that we should wait. The reason, for those asking, by the way, the reason why it stops being a problem at level 94 is because there, the Fire and the Stone gets a potency boost. Falxblade says, off just the 3 melees, 1 mana is 24 potency, but would that count the stuff that comes after it? Falxblade, it's actually a lot more complicated to calculate than that. If we take the full melee combo, get the full potency of that, then we also have to take into account that it takes like 5 GCDs of time to perform that. You could have used Jolt, for example, for all 5 of those. So what's the average potency of a regular GCD for you? Like, what's the average potency of Jolt the Thunder, for example? And then we take that and say, well, 5 of that average potency, like the average between a Jolt and a Thunder, for example, how much is that worth? That is like the difference between that and like the potency that the melee combo in full does per GCD of 5 GCDs of time is the real gain. And then there's also the part that some part of the melee combo generates mana, which means that whatever result you get, it itself generates more mana, which is potency, which then goes back and generates mana, which generates potency, which generates mana, which generates potency, like some sort of endless loop. And then you just have to keep going with this, what's the word? Programming term. Until you, like, basically see that the potency didn't change when you took it another step. Oh boy, like, this time if we take a fraction of 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 a melee combo, it generates, like, 0.001 more potency and mana. Or something like that. It gets really, really complicated if you really want to calculate it down to the nitty-gritty detail, but that sometimes forgets the reality of the situation. It's like going, well, if you reduce your GCD from 2.5 to 2.4, you get X% more GCDs. Whereas what really matters is that gives you 1 more GCD per minute. But that doesn't matter if the GCD you get per minute sucks. Or it doesn't provide anything better than, say, crit would have done. Yeah, so it's really complicated. to calculate this. I've done it before back in Endwalker. I didn't use it for anything. I had an idea for a video, but I couldn't really come up with something that really made sense. I didn't make it, but I did look into it. By the way, hey Punchcat, I hope you're doing well. Danilo says, do you think maybe Squeenix will update the animations of the Stone and the Fire? They look so old. Eventually. You say they look old. That does make sense, because they're from Stormblood. It is weird that they gave us Jolt 3. That they gave us Jolt 3, but not like the Fire and the Stone 2. That is weird. But yeah, they'll probably do it eventually. By the way, did my chat die? Are you there? Did you all go into Porto de Comano with Ceres? Strad says, I'm here. Okay. It's not dead. Excellent. It got so quiet. I was like, hey, El Pickler. Hope you're doing well. Looks like it's working. You're stuck here with me. I was like, hey, Weaver. It's been a while, I think. It do in fact still exist. The passes. It's weird that jobs are so simplified, except for the rare cases in which they have choices that matter only a little bit. Yes. But I do think it's really funny that this jank with Red Mage has this result. Like this resulting effect that we have this level range where everything's weird. But let me put it like this. That if we go to instance 1, if 7.1 comes out and they don't change anything about this jank at level 84 to 93 actually for Red Mage, they don't change a thing, they just leave it like that, I wouldn't be surprised. Personally, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's not forget that Summoner from level 22 to 71 has Emerald Ruin, which is basically damage neutral at best, and possibly a damage loss if you're not auto-attacking. And this has been true since 6.0. Not changed. They just left it there. So there's a very, very, very good chance that they looked at it and went, it doesn't matter. Also the damage loss of Summon Garuda at level 45 to 49. Summoning Garuda at all on single target is a DPS loss. Because Garuda herself does 100 potency per target until level 50. And, well, Emerald Ruin is already kind of bad. Which also leads to an even funnier revelation. At level 45 to 49, it is a possibility. I don't think it's the case, but it's a possibility. I haven't like done the math, but there's a possibility that an Arcanist could do more DPS single target than a Summoner, because the Arcanist does not have Summon Garuda. And the Summoner to their advantage, instead has summon Ifrit and summon Titan, which is like 100 potency more than the Kabis. But summon Emerald Kabi is 300 more, if I remember correctly. Oh, do we jump? Do we jump? We can jump. Whee! Ow! It's really weird like that. And just because there are other jobs where they just let it be like that it's just hyper weird in certain level ranges, tells me that they might not care about the Jolt 3 thing at level 84 to 93. This guy is almost finished casting Ultima again. Had to go smack his pizza hands away from that button. Yeah, this problem with Summoner is resolved at level 50. But that doesn't change the fact that Emerald Ruin is kind of jank until level 92... no, not 92, 72. When they get Emerald right. Which is good. The reason why Emerald Ruin is weird like that is because... well, basically, at most increments where they boost the potencies, they have made it so perfect that Topaz Ruin does the exact same damage as regular Ruin, which means that Topaz Ruin is damage neutral. If you're auto-attacking, it's a damage gain. Emerald Ruin is balanced such that it does like just about 60% of the damage of a regular Ruin, but it also has a GCD of 60% of a regular Ruin. Now, the problem is, there is a hard limit. You cannot reduce a GCD below 1.5 seconds with speed. If an action has a lower GCD than that, naturally, then it can be at that lower GCD, but you cannot reduce it below 1.5 with speed. That's not an option. And Emerald Ruin starts at 1.5, which means if you have spell speed, which you should have a little bit of as a summoner, you know, 6 casts in Dreadworm Trance or Bahamut or whatever, then Emerald Ruin is worse because its cast time is more than 60% of a regular Ruin, but its damage doesn't match. Let's see, Sarah says, should a Paladin be doing more damage than Dragoon at level 50? I would say no. But level 50 is a weird level range, especially for Dragoon. Like, Dragoon still just has Doom Spike, so if you look at AoE, a Paladin might actually be able to outdo it. Very, very likely it would. Because, let's see, Paladin's Prominence is like 170 potency, if I remember correctly. It's pretty crazy. And you also have Fight or Flight, which I believe is 25%. Whereas Lance Charge is 10? So Doom Spike is worse. Their damage buff is worse. Tank potency are jank as well. Yeah, that's true. Tanks just inherently do 20% less damage. But that doesn't help when the Paladin's 1-2 AoE combo is like more than 25% stronger than the Dragoon's regular GCD. But yeah, don't worry, Strats, I know that. I've made multiple videos talking about this. It was pretty funny, when I made my video on the strongest single hit, there were several people that got very up in arms for me just arbitrarily adding a times 80% multiplier, like negative multiplier, to tanks. Just because they didn't know that it existed. If they've just buffed Emerald Ruin's potency by like 5 or 10, it'd actually be a very slight gain. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't take much. Square cares about modernizing low-level dungeons, but not low-level jobs. Not sure why. That is actually a weird one. I still think the weirdest part in all that... by the way, be careful when you jump down. There are bolt hounds down there, and they might just snipe you. I think the perfect demonstration of them not caring that much about balancing low-level jobs is Viper. Like, you'd think Pictomancer's crazy, but Viper is ludicrous. Like, yeah, Insus Tasha. Oh, wait. At level 20, right? At level 20. Viper only has both of their, like, step 1s and step 2s. Like, they have Swift Skin Sting, right? Their step 1s, once they have done one of them, they both increase in power by 100 potency. Before you get a trait that boosts your potency at higher level, your step 1s start at 180 and your step 2s start at, like, are just 280. Which means that once you've done one GZD, all of your single target GZDs are 280. With minus 15% GCD from the Swift Skin Sting and plus 10% damage from the Hunter's Sting. So you're doing 310 potency per GCD, and you get like nearly 20% more GCDs than anyone else. If you thought Reaper was a little insane in that level range, well, let me introduce to you Viper. You have 2 buttons, but boy, those buttons. They, like, actually, Writhing Snap. 210 potency in Astastasha is absurd. Yeah, 210. This is 200 and... like, it's 310. More like... it's 308. It's actually so strong that... in Astastasha... where you don't have Swift Skin's Coil, Writhing Snap with your damage buff is 220 potency. Like, with the damage buff is equivalent to 220 potency. That's almost competitive with Black Mage's Fire 1. Like, I think Fire 1 with only 40%? Yeah, that's 252. The Viper's doing 220 with an instant. You're just running around, just throwing nearly the same damage as the Black Mage. Like, very balanced, right? And your Pictomancer's also hilarious. Like, they also just do, like, fire and red, air and green. Low-level Black Mage has always been dumb. Yeah. The reason why it's a funny comparison is because Black Mage still has reasonably good damage if it's allowed to cast it. But both Pictomancer and Viper are so good that they just clown on Black Mage completely. Let's see El Picklon Ham say, what if they made it so that actions with a base GCD of 1.5 or faster deal a percentage bonus based on speed? It would help. It would help. And they kind of already have this kind of design in place because dots and auto attacks already get a damage bonus from speed. Like, they already get that. They could just give it the same one. The main issue with skill speed is that it doesn't affect your OGCD damage at all, and that's correct. That is also why it feels like every expansion has made speed worse, because every time you get an additional OGCD with a cooldown that isn't affected by speed, it essentially makes crit, determination, directed, and tenacity better, and does nothing for speed unless it's a dot. Like, White Mage gets Glare 4, boom, now, like, damage stats are better. Scholar gets Baneful Impaction, all of their stats are better, because Baneful Impaction is at least a thought. Hey Merfolk, hope you're doing well. But it's that bad. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted membership, Merfolk. Thank you. Very nice. I hope you all enjoy the emotes and all of... Oh, Warcraft Travel. I don't think I've heard them from them for a while. Hey Lexi, hope you're doing well. Merfolk says I just got off an awful 4-hour calculus exam. Oh boy. When my exam in calculus at university was a take-home exam, I think we had like a week. Oh right, that's true, Ilana, that's true. Like the moment you mentioned it, like, oh. That is pretty funny though. We go to instance 1. That your I just realized that there is 0 seconds of stuff happening at the final destination. Oh well. Thank you, Ceres. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Wow. Thank you, both of you. That's very nice. I hope you all enjoy the emotes. And remember, if you are on the Discord, there is, like, if you connect your YouTube account to the Discord, you get a, like, to your Discord account, you get a little roll over there as well. I'm also doing well, Lexi. Thank you. Fermented potato water. Yeah, I can't imagine. That would be brutal. A calculus exam for 4 hours right then and there. Because I feel like calculus, sometimes it feels like it's just about, like, remembering the correct formula for a thing. And if you don't, like, if it doesn't come to you, then too bad. Calculus 2 and Calculus 3 combined into one. Ugh. We had completely forgotten that, Ilana. That's that's still pretty funny. That it gives your other account. Yeah, what was I talking about? Right. The reason why speed has it so bad is because it's pretty rare that we get, or rather, it's not pretty common that we get a huge amount of boosts to GZD stuff. Right, Ham. Thank you for checking in. Enjoy your evening. Like, for example, all the tanks got a giga boost to their 1, 2, 3 combos. But for the most part, most jobs got a bigger boost to their OGCD damage. Or the damage they were given was entirely associated with a long cooldown. Which means, well, speed doesn't, like, add to that. It just means you can throw them out faster. Exactly, law-abiding Pokemon. Sometimes calculus is like making a sauce. Even when you got the recipe right, it just doesn't work at all. And yeah, exactly. You can sit there and work on this calculation for 20 minutes, but you made a mistake somewhere. You can't see it because there's too much. But it's there. Or, similarly, you might see the formula, or the task, you have an idea of what you need to do, but it takes you an hour to figure out, oh, right, that's how I do it. And that's why I feel like the take-home exam that we had was a lot nicer. Exactly, Pass. A lot of jobs got a skill that basically says do 1000 potency to one enemy and 50% less to all enemies around it. I think the best example of that, like, not only that, actually, Pass, a lot of jobs got a potency increase, the thing you just said, and some OGCD that, like, just does like 500 or 600 damage. Yo, Orogeny is a good example of a somewhat pointless button. There's very few cases where you would go, where you'd actually make use of the fact that you have the choice between Upheaval and Orogeny. I think the best example of this thing, where all of the jobs are just handed like a 1000 potency attack, is Ninja. At level 96, they get this upgrade to Dokomori that gives them Higi, which makes it so that their Ninki spenders, the two of them, do slightly more damage. Like, what it basically means is your next Bahava Chakra does like 300 more potency, or your next Hellfrog Medium does like 140 more potency. The funniest part is we already got that. At level 88, they got a trait from Meizui that makes it so that your next Bahava Chakra does 150 more potency. Hey, Mizenya. Welcome to the Cult for the Pink. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you enjoy the emotes, and remember that there is a role you can get on the Discord server if you connect your YouTube account with your Discord account. Thank you so much. And then at level 100, ninjas get right. They get let's just check it, right? At level 96, you get Seisho Beppo and Hellfrog Large, right? Hellfrog Large, everyone. Just smile and nod. Hellfrog Large, which is just your spender, but it's stronger now. And like this one even has the same interaction with the Meizui bonus. And then at level 100, you get this. And you know, this sounds like your best attack, right? This sounds amazingly good. Its animation looks like it's your strongest attack. Like, it looks like it's supposed to be your strongest attack. Any ninjas in the chat? Is this ninja's strongest attack? For EOE, maybe. But for single target, it's not even close. It's not even close. Hyosho Ranryu does 200 more and is exclusively used while benefiting from a 30% damage bonus. So Hyosho Ranryu is like 50% stronger than Tenri Jindo on single target. It's just really funny because that occurred to me because you may have noticed in my guides that instead of just saying flat out the potency of an attack, I sometimes introduce it as this attack does a lot of damage or a huge amount of damage or massive damage or something like that, if it actually does a lot of damage. But when I was describing Tenri Jindo, I was like, it sits a little weird with me because it's not the strongest attack. Like, whatever this does, this has to be better. Srad says, isn't Doton actually equal to damage, equal to Raiden on single target if they take the whole duration? Shadowbringers called. They want you to know that you can't steal their Doton. It belongs in Shadowbringers. In Shadowbringers, Raiden was 800 potency, and Doton, if it lasted its full duration, it does 100, or did 100 potency when you placed it, and then 800 potency over its full duration, which was 900 potency. But Doton took half a second longer to perform because your mudras, you know, the ding 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 ding, takes half a second to do. So Doton is a 3-second GCD and Raiton is a 2.5-second GCD by comparison. And that means that you get 1/8 more damage out of a fully ticking Doton, but it also takes 1/5 longer to do. So ultimately, not the best time spent. But this was actually a topic for discussion for years, and is probably the reason why people still talk about it to this day. Because it wasn't better, but it was so close that depending on how you looked at it, depending on which detail you forgot, it was better. There's also the part that Doton, while it snapshots your damage buffs, like buffs on you, it does not snapshot debuffs on your target. So the instant trick attack ends, the instant mug ends, Doton's damage decreases. Because it doesn't snapshot debuffs on enemies. It doesn't know if the enemy had that debuff when Doton was placed. So why should it assume it did? Right? So yeah, in Endwalker, they then made it so that Doton basically did 640 potency total, while Raiton did 650. Like, we're talking, like, you might remember from Endwalker that a lot of places, they adjusted the potencies perfectly so that the single target rotation was better on one target and sometimes two, and like the AoE rotation would just perfectly miss being better on 2 targets. And then on 3 targets it was clearly better, and things like that. They did the same for Doton, but because Doton was so weird, apparently when they nerfed it and changed it so that one, Doton disappears when you use hide, but they also nerfed the duration to 18 seconds and adjusted the potency accordingly, Doton dropped to 560 potency total, while Raiton stayed at 650. This made Doton weak enough that Raiton with Raiju was superior on 2 targets. Even though Doton does more damage than Raiton on 2 targets. Raiton plus a Raiju on 2 targets was better. I'm not 100% sure. I did some calculations. I'm like, the thing is, Raiton got better and Raiju got better. Doton didn't. So I know it's better on, like, those are better on 2 targets. I'm reasonably sure Doton is worth placing on 3 due to various reasons. But it's really weird. Let's see, Dot says, many Dawntrail changes feel like they're the devs saying, people are bad and playing the jobs wrong. We will change things so people play them correctly. The buff follow-up attacks for Scholar, Summoner, Monk, etc. Oh yeah, that is an interesting point. By giving you a big attack right when you use your damage buff is a really funny way of saying, right, so when you buff yourself, you use your big attack, idiot. Right? It's a little funny way of saying that. I guess it's also an effective way of giving you an additional big attack without giving you an extra button. You're not going to use that big button outside of that damage buff, so we'll just give you the attack when you use the damage buff. Augury says, I still see single target Doton constantly, even in Endwalker and Dawntrail content. That stems from a few things. I've talked about this many times before, but the first one is, where on this tooltip does it say that Doton hits once when you place it and then every 3 seconds? If I read this tooltip, let's, like, for a second, we just flush our memory. And then we read the tooltip. This tooltip says I put down an area, and when enemies step into it, they take 80 potency. That's it. It does 80 potency when you walk into this circle. That's what it says, right? That's garbage, by the way. That really sucks. Could you imagine if that's how it actually worked? Like the tank just like carrying the mobs out of the circle and then back into the circle and then out of the circle and then back into the circle. Like ninjas would be really high maintenance for the group. Man, that would suck. Welcome back, Jake. And hey, Shaq. Hope you're doing well. But like if we then think a little step further with this tooltip, we can probably go, oh, it probably does damage over time to enemies in the circle. How many times does it tick? Don't know. It doesn't even clearly explain that it hits once when you place it, and then every 3 seconds. So how often does it hit? If you see it hit 7 times, then you could easily make, like, if you just glance, you're like, I think I counted like 7 there. You might also jump to the conclusion that I probably missed some. Maybe it ticks every 2 seconds, and if it does, then it ticks 9 times. And if it ticks 9 times instead of 7, then it actually does like 720 potency, which is better than Raiton for a majority of your leveling. Which again, it means that you can reason yourself to a position where Doton on single target is good. And another one is Doton is a dot. On most jobs, if you have a dot, you should maintain it. That makes sense, right? Makes perfect sense. This is a dot, so you maintain it. That's it. And then the final reason is, and this is the worst part, there's a ridiculous amount of those ninjas that use Doton on single target. And a lot of players get inspiration from what other players do without asking for details. So they see other ninjas use single target Doton, and then they just go, well, I guess that's what I'm supposed to do. And then they put down single target Doton, and then eventually they do that for a while, and then someone goes, why are you using Doton on single target? But by that point, that player has done single target Doton for 3 months, and if you then tell them it's wrong, their brain will go, well, if that's wrong, then I've played ninja wrong for 3 months, so that can't be wrong. And then they get defensive. So like that's also a problem. But like that's also a funny thing. The problem is some players just look at how other people do things and then it just assume they know. That also led to a really funny comment I saw on my if some of you saw my Scholar mentor roulette video, like I had a specific mentor roulette video back in late Endwalker where basically only played Scholar, and I got a lot of level 50 dungeons, notably MSQ roulettes and such, and at level 50, when you get Art of War, it's a gain on 1. It's still a gain on 1 in the level range of 46 to 53, because you can auto-attack, and Ruin 1 you can't. And several people were like, are you okay? Why are you spamming AoE on single target? And for each of them, I explained, no, Art of War does the same damage as Ruin, so it's a gain on 1. And they never noticed. One person, however, went a step further and told me that I was being a bad mentor because I was teaching players something bad by doing that. And when I then defended that Art of War is a gain on 1 in that level range, they were like, yeah, but they don't know that it's specifically for that level range. And I'm sitting there like, but if you draw inspiration to how you play the game from just looking at how others play the game, but you don't ask them for further clarification, then it's your fault that you're playing wrong by just assuming that you saw what I did and you know why I did it without asking, right? Like, that's your fault if you do that. Like, they have to look at their tooltip and go, oh, Broil is actually really good at level 54. I should use that. Hey, Karasu. Hope you're doing well. Dot on is a dot on. Not from Earth says, that video made me start doing that as Scholar when in 50 content. Great! I think I also mentioned it in my Scholar guide itself from Endwalker. I'm pretty sure actually on my level 30 to 50 Scholar guide, it has a note in the top right or something of the thumbnail saying Art of War is a gain on 1. I'm pretty sure it says that straight up in the thumbnail. Which is then explained in the video, of course. And you also that have Abadasha. Supposedly later they'll see at a higher level that I'm not doing that. That says, if the buff icon didn't change when you got broiled, they might have had a point, but you get a new icon when it's no longer a gain on 1. Also true. No Abiding Pokemon says, you're assuming people have any kind of intellectual curiosity. I don't know. I'm just saying, you, like... There was a Danish comedian, well, I guess he still exists, who made this joke that... about the fact that... I think a mother used him indirectly as a teaching opportunity because he jaywalked. If you don't know what that means, basically it means you walk over while it's on red, right? There's red light, you walk over anyway because you checked, it's good, you go. And then the mother's child looking at it goes, why is he passing when it's red? And the mom, instead of just saying, just ignore him, it's whatever, she says, that's because he's stupid. And the comedian's argument there is then that he shouldn't be part of the child's education. That doesn't make any sense. But the thing that I would like to glean from that is what actually happened is that he used his brain and his eyes to see that it was safe to cross, and then he did. There's an argument to be made that isn't the right thing to do, but that doesn't mean he's stupid. But if you ask, you would have known that. In the same way that you could flip this discussion to, why is that scholar spamming AoE on single target? That's because he's stupid. No. If you took 2 minutes to ask me, you would know there was a logic to it. What is this brain and eyes you speak of? Classic. Right, anyway, took us about like an hour and 20 minutes. I actually thought that walk would have been a lot longer. Especially when I realized that living memory was part of it too. But I think we have a lot of clips. Maybe we should start on that. Let me just see who I have. I have a clip from Wool. I have some clips from Emia. I have a clip from Zaf. I have a clip from Gyasel. I have a clip from Talcol. I have a clip from Cat Damon. A clip from Girihin. And I have a clip from Ham. I did see Ham leave, and Ham said that they were okay with us checking their clip without them. But yeah, if you're in the chat, you have a clip posted, make sure that I know that you're here. So hey Void, hope you're doing well. Dan says, I guess it depends on if a GM will send you to jail for using Art of War on 1. That would be weird, wouldn't it? Someone reports you Using art on war on single target? Would you imagine? Like, you do a dungeon as a ninja and you use dots on single target and someone reports you and the GM actually grabs you and puts you in jail. Like, okay, look, man, listen. Listen here. Stop doing that. That would be pretty funny, though. That would be really funny. Right. I did see multiple of the names that I listed, but just making sure that the clips that I check are from people that wrote more recently. So I know Gazel is here, I know Giraheen is here. God damn it, this my clip can be a palette cleanser after some more insightful clips. Oh yeah, I guess so. What have you been in GM jail for, Strat? But yeah, that would be weird if you actually got reported for just playing, basically for doing something dumb. But not necessarily nefarious. Strat says, I farmed the Heavensward relic by throwing PvP matches with a pre-made, as in we lost quickly to make tomestones faster. With a full pre-made? I'm surprised that the opponents actually reported you for that. A little bit. I understand it, because some players would also be like, this doesn't feel right. But it's still surprising that they still went and reported you when basically you're giving them free wins. But yeah, case in point. I've actually talked about this before. Don't do that in PvP. Would they have known you had a full pre-made? I think back then it was like there was like pre-made versus pre-made PvP. And that's also true. Technically, the opponent probably weren't having fun either. Just to clear on that, basically, most of my reports have been in association with someone AFKing or intentionally losing, which I file under unsportsmanlike behavior, which isn't allowed in PvP. Like, actually, they listed an example of unsportsmanlike behavior as throwing fireworks at the corpse of an opponent. If you do that and said opponent reports you, you might actually face punishment. So don't do that. It's really funny. I'm like, I read that, I was like, I don't know, if my opponent did that, I would have to be in an extremely terrible mood for me to actually be mad at that. Right. We can start with Gazel's clip. See, looking for advice for Paladin on trash pulls. I think we'll focus a little bit on some trash pulls and then like check on one of the bosses. Well, at least you beat it, Zaf. Mm-hmm. Holy Sheltron was pretty good there. An interesting thing with these large pulls is that sometimes you might need a defensive cooldown before all of the mobs have reached the destination, simply because the ones that are there already hurt. This is like a really minor thing, but you did say rotation stuff. Personally, I would use total eclipse here. AoE step 1 on your E button. So that, like, basically once the mobs have arrived, you do total eclipse, fight or flight, I believe it's called Imperator. And then you can do like your confetti or blade stuff. And then you can finish with Holy Circle, Prominence, Holy Circle, and then like if there's not that many mobs left, you can use Goring Blade after fight or flight ends. Yeah, like here, where you use Holy Circle, you could have used Total Eclipse instead. It's like, as I said, it's a minor thing. You used Rampart there, that's good. And this is also, again, it's a minor thing. This is something that I did in Endwalker as well. I still do it sometimes. Because Goring Blade, you have 30 seconds to spend it. It might be worth asking yourself whether Goring Blade is better than your other options. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 enemies. Like, again, we do the math real quick. 100, 170, so it averaged 135. So, I believe, yeah, Goring Blade is 700 still, right? Yes. So if you have more than 5 targets, then your AoE combo is essentially better. And yes, that's also part, Strat, is that sometimes there's more to the story than that. If one of the mobs in a pack has way more HP than the rest, then it might be beneficial to use Goring Blade on that one. Specifically, even though it's like a small DPS loss overall. But part of the argument that I'm making here is that I'm not saying don't use Goring Blade. I'm saying you could use Goring Blade after fight or flight ends. Like, you still get the more concentrated single target damage, but like put your strongest attacks in your burst. But then again, since Total Eclipse is here, it means that if you don't use Goring Blade, your 3 fillers at the end of your burst will be Prominence, Holy Circle, Total Eclipse. And Total Eclipse is 100 potency. With 7 targets, it's even with Goring Blade, so that doesn't matter. But if you had it set up so that you could do Holy Circle, Prominence, Holy Circle, then we would have more of a conversation here. But it's still something I think was worth mentioning. Now, in terms of defensives, you did set something up. Something you can do, I'm just saying this in advance, is when the healing from Holy Sheltron ends, you could use Holy Sheltron again, because you will have generated an extra Holy Sheltron again before the second Holy Sheltron ends. So you'll still have one for the next pull. And that's something you can do. Uh-oh. Expiation got you stuck there. This, like, I'm sorry for doing all this stopping and starting so soon. Just want to mention this one. It's a tip that I found immensely helpful recently. I dug this up because I found it helpful in PvP. If you keybind target nearest enemy to something that you can easily reach, you can avoid putting yourself in this situation where you're like trying to use a melee range attack and it doesn't work because you're not in range of your target and you don't know where it is. You can just press this button and then you'll target something that presumably is in range if you're a tank, for example. I think the default keybind is G, but I might have changed it. And you did use Sheltron again, so that's good. There is some... Oh. Uh-oh. I think you overrode Divine Might there? Yeah, you did. You already had Divine Might. Default is F11 right then. It also seems like you kind of forgot to use Intervene twice in your burst. And here we can also see the result of the chunkier mob. Although this is the thing, we talked about this in the solo challenge stream as well when we did this dungeon. I'm not sure if that guy is really, really, like, dummy thick, or if it's just because he's ranged. So he's, like, slightly off to the side, so a lot of attacks miss him. Starts as he is dummy thick. Okay. It's actually Solid Snake underneath that. I'm trying to sneak around. Uh-oh. Oh, you didn't get... I think you got hit by that one. Yeah, that is also a difficult one that we've run into recently with the fact that there is, you know, oh, I think you reapplied Divine Might again there. Your GCD was clipping there. A problem that we've run into with the thick guy in each pack is that if you have an attack that has like an AoE component, but it's also your strongest attack, you feel compelled to concentrate it on the thick mob, the big chunky one. But if you do that, you might not hit half of the pack, because the chunky guy is over there. Or worse, it's like the pineapple guy in Tender Valley, whose hitbox is so wide that he shoves everyone else 5 yalms out. So if you actually focus your AoE on him, then you're single targeting. I will say on those packs, Gazel, I didn't feel like your HP went like extra low there. That looks good. Intervene. You could use Intervene. You can use Expiation there. You can use Circle of Scorn. You can use Intervene. Intervene. Any intervenes? That's fair. But I do recommend, like, Intervene, in your fight or flight is a damage gain. It's not, like, a huge amount. And I can understand wanting to hold one if you don't feel confident. But don't let it sit on 2. That's, like, 150 potency lost every 30 seconds. It's not much, but it adds up. Like, if you do a 10-minute duty and you don't use Intervene once, then you lose like 3,000 potency. So that's a major tip. Like after this mechanic, I just want to rewind real quick. Something else. Oh, let's see here. We're going for some rotational advice here. So, at this moment, you have 4 GZDs until fight or flight. That means that as a paladin, you should be interested in setting up your filler burst at the end of that fight or flight. Basically, these 2 buffs will be available to use in fight or flight. So there is an argument to be made that you'd want to do that. That doesn't mean that you just do nothing. But that means, optimally, as a paladin, your best burst in fight or flight includes one of these, one of these, and one of these. Oops, sorry. One of these. Like, optimally, this or this is like the 3rd best option, because Holy Spirit and Supplication is equal. So that means that at this moment, you have Holy Spirit. You have Holy Spirit ready. You'd prefer to have Supplication ready, not Atonement ready, so you can use one of those. Then you you use Atonement, then you use Fast Blade, then you use Right Blade, then you have Royal Authority ready. Again, that's fine. But that's 3 GZDs, which means you have to do one more thing. What one more thing is that? You choose. It can be Supplication or Holy Spirit. They're equal in power, so you choose whichever one. Holy Spirit is probably more convenient because it's ranged, so maybe you want to hold that one. And that also makes sense, like, when we get back to the point that I, like, rewinded from. But that means that at this point, you would want to do Atonement, Fast Blade, Right Blade, Supplication, Fight or Flight, Imperator, Goring Blade, and then, like, you know, blah, 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 and then Holy Spirit, and then Sepulture, and then Royal Authority. But the thing is, if you like a little bit mindlessly go through your rotation, what happens instead is you just spend your Atonement ready, and then you spend your Holy Spirit. And now you can see, instead you don't have what you wanted. And now, like, at this position, your best filler is Riot Blade, Royal Authority, Holy Spirit. Like, that's the best you can do from this position. And you can see here, your Blades combo would take up the space, and I think you held your Fight or Flight for like 1 extra GCD or something like that. If that's the case, then at worst, you could still just like Holy Spirit as you ran away, and then you do the Sepulture as you come back in. Like that's basically the Paladin's rotation 101 is when Fight or Flight starts to close in on like being ready, you start going, okay, so what things can I prepare for my burst? Because sometimes it's just going to suck. Like, sometimes, like, the best you can do is like Sepulture, Royal Authority, something. Like Sepulture, Royal Authority, Holy Spirit. That's pretty good. It's like 40 potency less than perfect. But if you think about it, like here, if I just rewind to here, it will take you 3 GZDs. Actually, it'll like from nothing. Like if you spent that Sepulture, it will take you 4 GZDs to make the perfect setup. Which means, if you use Sepulture now, then you use Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Royal Authority, Atonement, Fight or Flight. Then you're good. But it has to be exactly that. And you can't wait. You use Shield Lob. And I'm not saying, and that was a mistake, I'm just saying that's how close it was. Now, if you had... So, as you see here, then use Royal Authority. Here, seems like you're choosing to hold it 1 extra GZD. If you use Atonement here, you're still good. But you don't do that. Like, that's how it happens. And yeah, also those AoEs are just mean. Like, as I'm saying, I'm not saying you could have avoided all this. I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to highlight what's best. Like, ultimately, you still get, like, only 40% less than perfect, even though you had to deal with all that. Uh-oh, that bard. Oof. Oof. I don't think they saw the blade. But yeah, that's pretty much how the Paladin rotation works, is that when the cooldown on Fight or Flight is like closing in on like 20, 15 seconds or so, you start to care a little bit about where you are in your rotation. The reason why you care that soon is because as your full filler combo, 1, 2, 3, 3 Atonement thingies and a Holy Spirit, being 7 GZDs, it means that it takes 7.5 seconds to work your way through all that. And if you just work your way through all that, then it'll take you an extra 7.5 seconds to make a new one. So that means if you start from nothing when it says it has 25 seconds left on fight or flight, and you just chew through everything you have, then you will go into your burst with nothing. But if you see fight or flight and go, okay, what can I do here? When it's, like, again, when it's 25 seconds from being ready, then you can already do something. If you actually start from nothing when it says 25 seconds left, then you can go 1, 2, 3. Now there's 17.5 seconds left. Then Atonement, 15 seconds left. Fast Blade, Riot Blade, 10 seconds left. And then you realize that you're in trouble. Because you basically have to spend everything anyway, right? And that's exactly the thing, is that exactly at 25 seconds, you have enough time to do everything and set it up again. But if it's 22.5 seconds, maybe different. If it's 20 seconds, maybe different. 17.5 seconds, maybe different. So, like, that's the reason. So it's not a bad idea to, like, glance at your fight or flight cooldown every time you're making the decision between spending your resources or building them. And building them also includes using Fast Blade or Riot Blade. Like, for Paladin specifically, your 1, 2, 3 combo timer is almost like a resource of its own. And here would be good to do Total Eclipse instead of Holy Circle. Other than that, there's a little bit of GCD clipping there. Again, if you're Goring Blade the chunkiest guy, you're good. A thing that I'm noticing that you do a lot, Garzel, is you feel very inclined to spend your Divine Might immediately. You do it on single target as well. You also used Low Blow and Arm's Length there. That's good. Like, actually getting them used is good. The reason why it matters to me that you're using your Divine Might so aggressively is on AoE, Holy Circle is like your best option aside from your burst. That's true. But that also exactly means that you might want to hold it an extra second so that, like, you make the most of it. On single target, instead, Holy Spirit is like, after your burst, like your Confiteor and your Goring Blade, Holy Spirit is only behind Sepulture and Potency. But Holy Spirit is ranged. Which means, if for any reason you have to step away from the enemy, making sure that you save that Holy Spirit to be the very last thing that you choose to do in your filler, means that you can, like, shove it forward in the queue if it ends up being your only option when you step away. Like, on the boss before, when you ran away during your Blades combo, if you were in the filler section, you were, like, done, like, melee attacks, and then as you step away, like, you run away from the boss, that's when you use the Holy Spirit filler. So generally, and see, you're doing it here, actually, I would recommend holding Holy Spirit as the last thing you do per filler combo, if you can. If you're going to throw it all out. Like, if you're going to throw it all out, then Holy Spirit goes last. If you're in the middle of the burst, there's of course the argument that you want to be sure that Sepulture's in fight or flight if you can, and it takes higher priority than Holy Spirit does. But usually they'll both go, right? They'll both go in there. Ah, right, there was something with a cut in the middle of a boss fight, right? Reprisal on the raid white, that's good. Yeah, by the way, I've heard some say that they have that when they have thought about posting a clip for this, they're not entirely sure what they should send. As you can see, like, by the time we reach the second boss, I've possibly already gone over all of the things. So, like, if I start to reiterate the same mistakes, that might not be super helpful. Unless, like, I highlight specific things. But that's the reason I'm like, if you know a particular pack or something like that, then that also is helpful. You don't have to post a full clip if you don't need the full clip. Oh boy. See, that's also a part where Holy Spirit can be good, because you can use Holy Spirit while you step away for a second. Obviously, you don't want to stand far away from the boss for ages because of how Paladin gains resources from auto attacks, and auto attacks is damage. But yeah. Also, that looked pretty good. I think there was something there with the GCD. The thing is, the reason why we care so much about that filler section and getting that one just perfect is because if you get it perfect, and you get one 540 filler, you get two 500 fillers, because Holy Spirit is also 500. If you do it wrong, the worst case is that your filler is Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Royal Authority. And that's 220, 330, and then 460. So, like, you see, compared to the best result is like, it's quick brain maths, like 500 potency lost. It's like a full, like the full supplication is just gone. Again, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that bad, but like that's the difference. And just like metering it out wrong can mean that, oops, Fast Blade at the end, and then you lose like 320 potency at worst. 280 in a more average case. And speaking of average case, like, I would say the average case when trying your best to get the best, like, fight or flight filler is going to be Atonement, Supplication, Sepulture, which averages 1,005. Well, actually, that means 1,500 potency combined. Didn't realize that the two new former Atonement actions have different potency. Fair enough. That's totally fair. Like, still, just like the advice still stands that the trick to Paladin is that you use, like, when you're, like, basically Fast Blade, Riot Blade is the real part of your filler. The rest is actually relevant for your burst in some way or another. So, like, those are things you care about. And once those are spent, Atonement becomes your worst option. Like, it's like you have a few different, like, tracks that you're pushing forward, and then you check once you've pushed everything into position. Then you go, okay, is my burst ready? And then, nope, fight or flight is not ready. And then you just start throwing everything on the fire. And once you've done that, you use Royal Authority, set up Fast Blade, Riot Blade, and then use Atonement again. And then you check again, is my burst ready? And what often happens, because fight or flight is on its own timer, is in the middle of you throwing it all on the fire, now it's ready. And you're like, well, I only have Sepulture left, but thankfully I prepared Royal Authority in the back. So like a TV cook just going like, well, we already ate most of the burst, but well, most of the good filler, but it's okay because I cooked another one, and then you just like use Sepulture and then Royal Authority, and then you can use Holy Spirit, and that's not so bad. So like you have options. Hey Perrin, hope you're doing well, and let me know what it is. I don't know if there's much I can say on it. I hope you found it helpful, Gassel. Remember, we're not when I and all of you are reviewing these kinds of clips, we're not here to like dunk on the person making the mistakes. We're here to teach and help and see if there's something they can do better. I don't mean to come off as if I'm like dunking on someone. If I'm repeatedly reiterating the same mistake, it's just like to try and really clarify how to do it better. Or if it's happening multiple times and things like that. It's not to try and crush them or something like that. Should we check Cat's clip? They managed to solo Tsukuyomi Extreme as a DPS. Yeah, apparently they state that spells that have a cast time greater than their recast time. I think it's only Black Mage spells. Those spells actually have have cast times that have 3 decimal precision, not 2. I don't know how you would check that without external tools. And I also agree with Strat that I would think that would apply to all spells if true. I'm also mildly curious what difference that makes. I see how it would make a difference. Rawls is sitting here working on my HUD a day after fixing it again. I'm still only level 30 with Paladin and Ninja, so all of this talk is unknown to me, but it's still nice to listen to. I'm glad to hear that, and welcome to the game. And we already skipped Supreme Celemancy as DPS? Selenomancy. I think so. I didn't check the clip, but let me just read the explanation that Cat gave. I wrote my notes as tricks include intentionally throttling damage to make phase transitions convenient for maximum damage. Resource building with AoE combos instead of single target, again to throttle damage while building resources. Parent says, so having 424 spell speed and 448 spell speed, which would be both, which would both be 249 GCD, would have different cast times, even though they have the same GCD. Um, 424 is 2.5 GCD. 448 is 249. Did you mean something else, Perrin? I guess your point was more like here, right? Like 448 or 468, for example. Like, I'm guessing that's the point you were trying to make. And I'm glad to hear that, Catch. Thank you. Shio says, first of all, I just want to say I love your content. Thank you. Second of all, how do you feel about Sage versus Skull in terms of progression healing? I mean, ultimately, you choose the one that you jive with better. And they're both perfectly viable to do anything you want. I would probably personally feel more comfortable playing Sage. There is the possibility, Perrin. There's the possibility, because what can happen, and like I know this isn't like how that's supposed to work, but the cast time of Fire 4 makes it so that certain breakpoints, look at this one, specifically this one, right? I'll put my mouse there. certain breakpoints will be different when the cast time is longer. The numbers they provided use level 90 stat tiers. Right. I don't know. From my perspective, it doesn't really matter. Like, okay, it means that you have slightly more precision on these casts, but it doesn't really matter. But there's also the possibility that it's a misunderstanding stemming from somewhere else. But if they have literally the data to say, nope, it says so right here, then, like, okay, fair enough. But I don't know what it would help that it is down to 3 decimal points. It would help very, 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 very slightly for things like Fire 4. Right, and by the way, is Cat still here? Or are we just checking their clip without them? Nope, Cat is still here. There is sound. Let me just do this.
It's going to be a long
Speed buff up. Vice Winder. That's Hunter's Coil. The order confused me for a second. Death Rattle skipped, probably intentionally. That was not skipped. Is there a reason why you're spinning her like that? Double reawaken.
Your death will be all the sweeter.
The roll spread mechanic, if I recall correctly. Yeah, but as you saw, Cat got hit by all 3 swings. I was like, why are you spinning her? I don't think it's dodgeable, that's what I meant. She stops spinning when she starts casting something. Right. Well, you have the resources for 2 reawakens once you get out of here. I don't know if you need it, but I could also have seen an argument for a Vice Winder to get the rattling coils. Although Vice Winder would also do more damage, which would mean that you probably can't get as much resources. There's the Vice Winder. And now we have 3 reawakens. Suffused with night, I shall prevail. Hurry! She's about to win! Ha! Hey, there you go. We've solved the problem of what do you do about the meteors? Just kill her before the meteors, idiot. just don't let us spawn them. It's very easy. That's very well done, Cat. That doesn't, like, that seems to have required some fiddling to figure out exactly how much you needed in the different places. Skip meteor to disband, yeah. Yeah, exactly, like, normally the answer is you time a gap closer super strictly. That's well done. Right. I have clips from Zaf. I think this is Talkal. Or Talkal. Giraheen, and Ham. And I see Giraheen is still here. We can focus on that one. I think Zaf is also here. Did see him right just a moment ago. Mob pull advice, especially the first pull. There's also a point where we can skip to 626. Is there a point where the group just goes AFK? That's a good idea. Well, you're already in combat. I guess that works? Really? Yeah, the reason why that pauses me is because it says the fairy gauge increases when a fairy or seraph is summoned and an ether flow action is successfully executed while in combat. And, well, if this was a card game and I was the judge, I would say you're not in combat. What? Huh? You're not, like, look at it. You already got the resource and you're not in combat. Normally I would have said you should wait until you're in combat before you put that excogitation to get that free resource. But never mind then. That's also pretty smart. Put down Sacred Soil. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to do anything. Actually, speaking of doing something, you should put Chain Stratagem on something now. A protraction is not a bad idea, but you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to. something that is worth mentioning about protraction is, and this is especially in relation to excogitation. Excogitation snapshots when you apply it to the target, which means, technically speaking, that when you put it on the paladin, the full amount of healing that excogitation is going to do has already been decided. Which means protraction doesn't do anything if it's used after. It's like just a small detail. And see, now excogitation activated, so now you have reason to maybe consider doing something. That something could, for example, be... Well, you could use Whispering Dawn. You already did that. Good. You could use Ether Pact. Excogitation is ready soon. Use protraction with recitation for excog. You could also do that. That would make excogitation heal for slightly more. There's an argument to be made whether that's necessary, but that would do something. If it was me, I would probably have just had used I would probably just have used well, actually, I do see the problem here. I would have used Sacred Soil or Executation, but both of them are on cooldown. So if you want to use Lustrate, you would have to choose not to use either one. Uh-oh. Well, that Hallowed Ground came out too late. I see why you said the first pull. On that note, this is a little random. From the tank's perspective, they should just respawn. They respawn over there. That would actually go faster than waiting for the rest. Like, let's start with that. That doesn't look right. You shouldn't have needed to rest them. You need to heal everyone. You should use Consolation. Use the Seraph cooldown. The majority of the value in Seraph is in its extra button, which you didn't get to use. Oh, someone already left. I'll take it again in a moment. I can see what you mean by this first pull had something. Had a lot of something. Well, you made it. Right, let's try that one again. Okay, so... one thing that is somewhat popular among Scholar mains is use Seraph for a particularly tough pull. Hard to know that this was the particularly tough pull before you see it be tough. But deciding to use it also means you can use it sooner. When you used it, it was probably in a panic. And basically, Seraph doesn't actually do very much when you summon it. So if you summon it 5 seconds from wipe, she's going to come down and be like, embrace, but also a barrier. Just like, save me, Seraph! And then she comes down, it's just... And then you click Consolation, she's like, alright, I'll do a heal for everyone then. But it still doesn't do enough to save the day. Like, she's really good at maintenance, which is like... Weirdly, something barrier healers really like to do in dungeons is maintenance. As opposed to just like big heals. So Seraph is extremely good at saving the day when you give her 20 seconds to do that. Um, so that's something you could have done. That's something you could have added. Had you been level 100, then you could have also made use alternatively of Seraphism. Even if you don't actually use the GCDs, Seraphism just makes your pulse healing. So it's like an extra strong Whispering Dawn on top. Like, even if you don't use any GCD healing, you probably would use some GCD healing in that situation. But, like, that is something you could have added as well. It does sound from what Gazel is saying is that ultimately it wasn't actually your fault. And that's probably also the reason why I reached a point where I looked at the situation and went, I would have done, nope, you can't do that. But that's what you could do. In the moment when you saw that the paladin was pretty much going to die, what you could have also done was, like, worst case is dissipation, lust rate, and then just, you know, total sandbag at Loquium spam to try and save it. But if the tank is basically doing nothing, like, at this level, you can't just, like, it's incredibly exhausting as a healer to carry a tank to the door. If the tank isn't using their cooldowns right, someone's going to die. That's also what I had a problem in my Astrology and Mentor Roulette video, where there was the Gunbreaker, where I gave them some advice, was because I noticed that they weren't using cooldowns very well, so I had to, like, be extra good with mine. And when it ultimately, like, reached a breaking point, all I could do was, like, you have to use more defensives, man. And this might be the same thing with the Paladin, so let's, like, do it again and then focus on what the Paladin is doing for a second. Rampart. I can only see Rampart. Oh. Holy Children is up as well. Like, at this point, this looks somewhat similar to what Gazel did, right? Did they use Reprisal? They did use Reprisal. Did it just get applied? I think it got applied. And they used Holy Children again. And then Bulwark. I don't know. I don't feel like there's anything wrong with that. This pull is really long. At this point, they should be using Hallowed Ground. However, if I was the Paladin in this situation, I would probably also be very confused. What I will say also is the way that I tank is I usually use my bigger cooldown first. As it says, I would want to see at least arm's length. Oh yeah, that could also work. What I mean is, at this point, so far, I would say the Paladin has done the right thing. They've used Holy Sheltron twice, they've spaced them out, they used Rampart, and then Reprisal, and, like, kept Holy Sheltron running. They also used Bulwark. What do they have left? They might have one Holy Sheltron left waiting in the wing. They have Arm's Length waiting in the wing, and they have Hallowed Ground. At this point, their options that can save them is Hallowed Ground. But that, to me, seems really weird. I haven't... Yeah, they also have Guardian, that's true. They have Guardian. But, like, that's the thing, is that if, like, for most dungeons, at this point, if you're looking at Guardian, you're going, well, then I don't have anything, like a big cooldown to start the next pull with. So what do I do then? But the next pull is a single pack. So it doesn't really matter, right? Exactly, guys. You'd probably want Guardian for the next pull. But the next pull is a single pack. I'm pretty sure they force you to take a single pack as the next pull. Isn't it? Was that a later one? You see the problem, right? But I don't remember this pull being this hard. 3 enemies. So, yeah, if you have used everything for this, then you're fine. Like, the next pack, like, you'll have Reprisal and Holy Sheltron or something, and that'll be good enough. But yeah, exactly, Guzzle. That requires that you know that. But then you could also argue that, in this position, does that matter? Because you're going to die. At this point, the best a Paladin could do is use Hallowed Ground, but if this Paladin is the kind of player that keeps Hallowed Ground for the last resort, how likely is it that they're used to doing that? They might not even be sure what the keybind is for Hallowed Ground, and then they die. But I do think, I'm not sure what you could have done differently, Girahid, in this position. You could have used Seraph earlier. Like, the same argument as the argument that the Paladin could have used Guardian could also be used to say you could have used Seraph, because the next pack you won't need it. You could also use the Expedient, that's true, but that's also a case of, well, it's a defensive cooldown, so it's a little late. You should use Lustrate on yourself, just in case. You should have also stepped away from the enemies. But that's like, you know, solo challenge Kai speaking. Don't, like, just step away. They'll waste a second. And he also did end up using Guardian. But yeah, the thing is, Seraph, Whispering Dawn, Expedient, these cooldowns, one is a mitigation, and 2 of them is healing, that take time. They need to be used earlier. And yeah, it seems like the summoner just dipped immediately. But yeah, that is a shame. Also, speaking of shame, you didn't have to wait for that Pixelmancer to join. You could have just kept going. I've continued without a healer. Of course, as a warrior, right? Wait. Is that a first time a Pixelmancer? Yeah, that's also fair, Gary. The thing is, a scholar, I would say, is like the healer among the 4, where you're most likely to, like, put yourself in a corner where it's like, I don't know what to press. Like, everything feels like the wrong choice. And that can absolutely happen. You got called away. Ah. Well, let's see if it goes better for the rest. Presumably this pack gives no trouble. Really random tip, because there's 3 mobs, bio on all 3 might be beneficial, assuming they live the full 30 seconds. Let's see if one of them lives the full 30 seconds. I don't think it did. Garth also mentions the tank is level 99, so they might not actually know what's coming up next. That's true. I don't know if they're a first-timer. But hey, the Pixelman's as a mentor. Why do they have 4k less HP than you, though? Do you have really good buff food? You have buff food? You do have buff food. I do find it funny with how much of the time this boss spent facing south without you having any abilities to do anything about it, that it has a proper targeting reticle. Like, melee just spends the majority of the fight out there. Like, all the way up in the wall. A Mentor can be leveling an alt job. Yeah, that's what they're doing, but the 5k HP, or 4 to 5k HP difference is just a little surprising. Shouldn't they be about the same? Maybe your gear is better, Giraheen. Oh. Uh-oh. Well, this is a good time to use Fey Blessing. And Sacred Sword is not bad either, but Fey Blessing would be pretty good. You could also use Recitation and Indomitability if you want. That's also an option. Uh-oh. That could also be Guzzle. I've actually done that. Like, joined, like, specifically this as level 99 and gone like, oh, right. The 99 gear. Yep, Ether Pack, that's a good idea. Looks like you might have the time. Especially because the Pixelman says dodging. Uh-oh. Oh no. Heal yourself. Oh man. You got saved by the bell there. I'm guessing what happened here is that you weren't sure what to do. But I think also the Paladin realized that. That's why they used Clemency right there. You should use Excogitation on yourself here, by the way. That's my tip. You should use Excog on yourself here. Do we know if Warrior can solo Origenic synced? Not yet. I don't know yet. So at least we know the Paladin is aware of their toolkit. So as I said, I'm not sure what went wrong in that first pack, but I got the impression that the pack took really long. Like, just to reiterate, the Paladin was spacing out their cooldowns and they used Rampart and Reprisal and Bulwark, like, in the first pull. Like, that pack took a long time relative to, like, what a pack usually takes. So I don't know if that's something with that pack, or there was something with the Summoner or the Dragoon or someone else, but it felt like it took exceptionally long. And the weird part about that, Giraheen, is if you had used Excog after the Paladin used Clemency, then nothing would have happened, because then you would have been too healthy. It could be that the group's damage was just on the low end, and that's exactly it. Let's just, like, remember for a second that what we saw was you ran out of options. Gazel noticed that the Paladin's cooldowns weren't being used super well, presumably. But when you think about it, there's a real possibility that the damage output of the group was kind of bad. Paladin used Reprisal while Rampart was still up. Well, I mean, the thing is, Holy Sheltron while Rampart is still up is even more power, so I mean, if they use Reprisal to try and cover so that they can use Holy Sheltron when Rampart ends, that would be beneficial as well. The point is you need to be reducing the damage enough that you don't just die around your healer out of cooldowns. Which is a difficult ask. But here we have another multi-pack pull. So maybe this one goes better, although I do know that the first pack in the dungeon is particularly brutal. Chain Stratagem on something and Baneful Impaction. At this point you shouldn't do it. Because you'll lose value if you do. Maybe the summoner didn't do good damage. That's a difficult thing. Like, if the first pack, or like if the first pull was particularly brutal, then we'll never know. Just making sure that I don't get booted for being AFK. I think that's still a thing. That's smart. What you could do there is also just swift cast the Adloquium. What was that? Bio? Okay, for a second I thought you did double energy drain while your GCD was ready. But yeah, swift cast Adlo pre-pull is usually a lot... It feels a lot smoother than hard casting it. Look at this! Like, here's a tip. This one, I talk about this in my Scholar Guide. As you get to higher level, you have more options. Because your Ether Flow can be used for damage, you might want to use your resources that cannot be used for damage first. You have a full Fairy Gauge. A full Fairy Gauge. So, like, for the next big AoE pull, you could possibly get away with not using Excog. Maybe not using Sacred Soil, one of them. And then you have an extra Ether Flow. It's pretty funny, you'd use double energy drain and then you realize you needed Sacred Soil. And yeah, Fey Blessing as well. Fey Blessing is really good. Like, basically all of your pet options are cooldowns that don't come at the cost of damage. This is like more extra optimization, but it's more like the observation that you have this, you have this, you have this, you have this. Like, you have this. Like, these 5 cooldowns don't cost damage. So once you start to, like, accumulate all that, you can start to spend your resources there first before you start spending Ether Flow. One way you can practice that is also to start, just start looking at your Fairy Gauge more. If you look at your situation right here, right? If you say to yourself, I'm not allowed to spend Ether Flow if I have a full Fairy Gauge. That's not always optimal. Sometimes you straight up don't have a reason to spend your Fairy Gauge. But right here, you could use Ether Pact on the tank, and it would be pretty much entirely beneficial. It could have saved you that Lust Rate. And then you just use Ether Pact until you're down to like 70. Then you just cancel it, and then like you can spend your Ether Flow. And then when you hit 100 again, oh, now you have to spend again. Again, like, this is something like a bit like extra optimization. It's something you can do. But it is a not uncommon problem that Fey Blessing would be good here as well. Recitation Indom could also be good. But basically, it's a reasonably common thing that I see scholars that pretty much forget that Ether Pact exists, and then they just sit at full resources for the entire fight. For the entire duty, even. And Ether Pact is pretty strong. It's pretty strong. It's not like ridiculously strong, but it's very effective. You used it on the first boss on the Pixomancer as well. Like, it's good. It's good. But that is something you could do to try and force yourself to hold on to your ether flow a little bit more. Is when you hit full fairy gauge, try to force yourself to not use it. To not use your ether flow if you don't have space for the fairy gauge. And exactly, Darth, it feels like it's some like big emergency cooldown, but it's just like Seraph. Like in the situation on the first boss here, I hit Seraph on accident. Fair enough. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad spot to use it. Like, you don't need it here. Let me just rewind there. So you said you used Seraph on accident. That's totally fair. You used Consolation. Did you use both Consolations? You could have used a second Consolation, I think. But aside from that, totally fine. And actually a weird thing with Consolation is that the shield from Consolation doesn't stack with the shield from Seraphic Veil because it's the same. But yeah, a problem with this kind of philosophy with going, I'm not using ether flow if I don't have space for the fairy gauge, is sometimes you have a tank that is so good that you never will need the fairy gauge. Like, you will actually not need it. That can happen. Especially in lower level content. Like, not Dawntrail content, notably. I think that can happen. But if you take that starting point and go, well, I have to use my fairy gauge before I start using something else. I have to use my pet cooldowns before I use something else. Like, when you start to, like, stabilize, then you will find that you have more ether flow to work with, which means more energy drains. And then, like, we can take a separate discussion about the fact that you're spamming energy drain while not in range to use Art of War. But that is something you could do. And in regards to the thing I'm saying about stabilizing in there, you actually did use your fairy gauge. That's good. You could sleep the turtle. Although, did it do any damage? What? The tank had a shield, but it basically did nothing. Oh wait, they had both Rampart and Guardian. That might explain that. Hey Zach, what's up? Hope you're doing well. That's something that I've heard people mention. I think people mentioned it earlier today. Is that it doesn't kill, so does it matter? 74,000 damage. So you can just tank it as long as everyone's healthy. But yeah, you can use Repose on the turtle to cancel its hard stomp. But you can't stun it. Oh, nice. Ruin 2 instead of doing nothing? That's pretty good. But yeah, at the start of a dungeon, it's perfectly understandable to, like, all out. Exgog with Recitation, Sacred Soil. Oh, you actually did sleep it there. Nice. And then when you notice, well, I actually didn't need to do all that. And then you take the next pull and say, well, what if I only use pet actions and, like, Ether Pact? And then you probably have a good idea of whether you need to use everything, right? Possibly. Possibly. That is something that can be handy to learn as a scholar, specifically, is because your ether flow offers damage, you might be inclined to try to find ways to heal without it. especially in dungeons. It's not a lot of damage, but it's more than nothing. And if you get used to being able to handle pulls, there you use X-Cork as a healing option. That's good. That's very nice. Like, if you're used to not using your ether flow, so you know what to do without your ether flow, then that also means that you can hold on to your ether flow for when things go sideways, which could also be helpful, like looking forward. And the reason why that matters is because a lot of the options you have that don't use ether flow are really slow. Whispering Dawn, healing over time. Seraph, healing over time. Fey Blessing is immediate healing, but it's not that much. Like, overall. And, like, learning to rely on those tools more. Like, Aether Pact, healing over time. Learning to rely on these tools more means that you're better acquainted with them when you have to use them. So you're less likely to be like, I don't have any more ether flow, what do I do now? Because you've tried all of them. It's a little bit like how with the Paladin that suddenly they had to use Hallowed Ground and they clicked it too late. Because they probably might not be used to using Hallowed Ground. Like, I'm also not the best at this. That I'm likely in dungeons to keep my invuln for a bad day sometimes, and I've gotten really good at knowing when it's time, but it's still a problem. Because you might not be ready for it when you need it. Parenthesis, the ether flow charge goes into the energy drain box. Yeah, exactly. That's right, it goes in the energy drain. And that also means that now that you have recitation on a 60-second cooldown, that you get 1 extra ether flow every minute instead of every 90 seconds, and the Dragoon needed immediate assistance. Of course, just to reiterate, Dragoon gets hit by something here. You can use Excretation right now to save them, I think. They have 2 Vuln stacks, it might not be enough. Can't see how much damage they took, exactly. But that's something you can do. All of this advice about holding onto your ether flow is of course completely meaningless for Sage by comparison. Like, they could also use their cooldowns. I would actually just put my Ether Pact on the Dragoon or the Paladin. Like, you have to do something really soon. Like, Recitation in Dom would be a very good move right now. It would still be a good move, I would say. You could even use Seraph right now. Uh-oh. Everyone else moved, that's good. Sort of recovered with the sacred soil. So, wait, out of war? Okay. Gazel says, as a caster, I would say you don't move, let others move first. The Pictomancer was also standing there. I would, like, who moves then? I would say you did overall fine. That first pull at the start, it looks like a lot of things went sideways. Who's to blame? I don't know. The Paladin had some things they could have done. You had some things you could have done. I felt like the pull dragged on very long for an average pull. That pull might just have more HP and so it drags on for longer than normal. That's perfectly possible. But I think you did decently well. A particular thing that I see you do a lot, or did see you do a lot in that dungeon, was somewhat like a lot of times you had this moment where you would just stop like a deer in the headlights, like I don't know what to do here, and just do nothing. Like the most dangerous part about that is that it felt like many times when you did that, you stopped and were like, I don't know what to do, and like you just didn't do anything. Like often what would happen is you would go, right, broil, and then you would put down Sacred Soil. Like, the big problem being that you spent time doing nothing. I would have had, I would have expected that you chose a defensive action after these deer in the headlight moments, but that would be something that I would recommend also working on. Getting better at just doing something. I think I talked about this near the end of Endwalker as well. I can't remember if it was Gazel playing Black Mage or someone else playing Black Mage that I reviewed, where we had cases where there was this like similar deer in the headlights, like I don't know what to do, and then the state drops. Where I said, if you don't know what to do, then you click Transpose and you click Umbral Soul, and you do that until you know what to do. Like, just transpose, restart, try again. Like if you stop in your tracks in the fire state, restart, try again. Transpose, Umbral Soul or Blizzard 3 of something, I don't care. Start again. Start over, and then try a new fire state. It's a massive damage loss, but you know what's a bigger damage loss? Just standing there and doing nothing. It's the same idea of do something. Might be worth it to look into what it is that causes you to have this. I don't know what to do. And then figure out like a default move when that happens. Like some of the times it was everyone needs healing. What cooldown do I use? Indomitability. Boom. Just click Indomitability. Slam. It might not be the best option, but it'll help right now. And then you can figure out what you do next. But yeah, that would be a big one. Is work on the deer in the headlights thing. And then like get more used to using your cooldowns that don't spend ether flow. Sacred Soil and Executation are amazingly good cooldowns. I would even argue that Sacred Soil is possibly one of, if not the most effective, efficient cooldown on your bar. Like it's 600 cure potency because it ticks when you place it, and then it ticks 5 more times. And then it also prevents damage. Like, it's the best button you have on a 30-second cooldown. It's amazingly good. But it can't be the answer every time. Strahd says I'd pick Sacred Soil as a job in my raid group. Sacred Soil is amazing. Like, Sacred Soil is so good that one of the biggest selling points for me on Sage when it was introduced was that Sage had Sacred Soil, but with the added benefit that your group can't step out of it. Although it's only 500 instead of 600 potency, right? But still, then they made Sacred Soil enormous. Not from Earth says, personally, I know I need to use emergency tactics more. I don't know about that. Emergency tactics is a cooldown that sometimes you don't use it at all. But yeah, that's also true as Gazel says. Fey Blessing is also one that is a good default. The only reason why I said Indomitability is because Indomitability is stronger. So if you're in this deer in the headlight situation where you're like, I don't know what to do, pressing Indomitability is more likely to solve the problem immediately than Fey Blessing will. And if, like, I don't know what's causing it. So it's just a suggestion. There's, like, as Gazel says, if Fey Blessing, if that's available, is a better one to start with. Use the cooldowns that don't cost anything first, and then start working on your ether flows. Of course, don't just throw everything out there. Maybe you need Sarah for the next pack. But yeah. That would be the biggest value thing. I don't know if you do this with other jobs, Giraheen, but yeah, if you work on that, that would make you a better scholar. But overall, it went well. The pack at the start is pretty hard. I've been the replacement in a group where something went wrong in that pack. So I know it's not just you. It's not just your group. That pull at the start is apparently really evil to a lot of players. That's fair, Giraheen. As I said, the best you can do is try to learn like something to do to get you going again. And then once you have figured that out, you of course have to basically paint over that by instead of going to a default, you have to learn to replace that with, now that I'm not stopping in my tracks, I'm just doing the right thing all the time. Which is very easy to say. Yeah, it's a little bit like the start of Bottoms. Very evil pull, although there's a very big pull. Let's see, what do we have left? We have a clip from Zaf, a clip from Ham, and a clip from Talcol. I don't know if Talcol is in the chat. Yeah, just never make mistakes. But yeah, genuinely, what I'm basically saying is, if you have an issue with getting stuck, then figure out something that you can always do to help when you get stuck. And once you stop getting stuck, then you replace this default move with doing the right thing. But doing something is better than doing nothing. So we start with stopping doing nothing, right? We can do the Zaf clip. I didn't actually write a note for that. And that's also a good idea, Dave. Like, if you're learning a job in general with a very large toolkit and you find it overwhelming to learn it all, like, do dungeons at lower level first and, like, gradually introduce the toolkit as a result of, like, making your way through the duties. That's a very good starting point. For healers also, because they have a very complicated toolkit at times. It's just demonstrating how fun T7S is. Oh, really? Well, let's see it. You have a tank and DPS dead, and now you're dead. Got smacked by the non-techie version of that guy that almost wiped Giraheen's group. Well, they're stuck. Oh, you're alive again! Did the tank get rest and died and got rest again? Oh no, they just got rest again. Oh, you're petrified. You got rest right into the glare, and now you're dead again. Awesome. That looked like fun. That looked like fun. So that was T7S. The boss is like one of those like serpent ladies, and they like to do gaze mechanics. So basically what I saw is whoever was tanking the thing behind you died. Then you got basically one-shotted. Then you got up again and you died. And then you got up again and you got petrified and then you died. Yeah, that sounds like fun. Did you kill the boss though? Did you win despite that, or did you wipe? The important question. Did you wipe though? And that's also fair, Giraheen. It wasn't exactly like, you should have practiced your job before you did that, don't you? It was more to say, if you still want practice, like, that's a general advice to everyone. Something you could do. Monica says, anyone else having trouble with M2? On normal? M2 is weirdly difficult for some players, yes. The Cyclops always one-shot their target. Oh. Well, that explains that. Well, I don't know if Talcall is here, so we'll start with Ham's clip. Ham went through the motions of doing Under the Armor solo. Now, something that is worth mentioning is you can't actually solo queue like this. Like, you can't enter guild tests alone. So Ham had to bring 3 friends to enter. And Under the Armor, supposedly the easiest guild test, possibly the easiest duty in the game, is still that easy because you beat it before anything can happen. Now, what can happen? An interesting story. Or an interesting question. That's something that I've asked, is what actually happens in this fight? Oh, we have Bachman fun facts. Bachman fact 1. Throughout the fight, Bachman will spawn 3 waves of ads. That makes sense. Do they spawn on... Oh, the first wave of ads spawn when Bachman reaches about 80%. I was just about to say 75%, but I suppose 80. How many mobs is that? 2? 1. I don't know if that counts as a wave of ads. It's an ad. Do you kill those, or do you just ignore them? They don't hit very hard. This is a really, really, really nitpicky tip, but since you're circling the outer ring, Ham, I know Ham isn't here, but if you watch this in the VOD later, shouldn't you be putting Eos in the middle of the room? Like, she'll be able to reach you from the entire arena anyway. Hey, Chris. Hope you're doing well. And hey, Wool. I hope you're doing well as well. We're at 50%. When does the second ad wave show up? At 40%? 45? What's happening? 45%. And that's 2 ads. Now I understand why nothing happens. The first ad doesn't get to do anything anyway. It hardly matters. And then the second wave comes so late that before they do anything, the boss is dead. Backseating Under the Armor. I'm just saying. You're like somewhat semi-kiting in a circular room. Put Ears in the middle. Just making sure Ears gets exercise. The third and final wave spawns when Bachman reaches about 20%, and that wave has a mage in it and 1 ad. And the mage does the same damage as the regular mobs, it's just magical. And ranged. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa! How much HP do the ads have? Could there have been meaning in killing them? Chris says, I've played this fight so many times as tank, I know how far you can drag it to the door. Here's a fun fact. You can pull the boss to the NPC. Actually, you can pull the boss all the way out to the edge of the entire guild test, and he'll chase you there. You might be wondering how I know that. Even solo takes sub 3 minutes. Yeah. Now we have Gunbreaker, which should be basically like the strongest tank in this level range. Fact 2, the first wave consists of 1 magic bones. Yeah. Which does like 10 damage on a healer per swing. And the boss itself also basically hits like a noodle. How much does Iron Justice hit for? The second wave consists of 2 magic bones. I feel like these facts are really stretched out. Isn't pulling the boss to the NPC tank mentor standard? Thinking it out of the heft before your game force loads your position update? No, Darth. The NPC, the tank mentor standard is you kill Buckman as quickly as possible, then you press U, leave duty, yes, and you just don't get the $30 that the NPC gives you. He gives you so little money that it doesn't matter. You just leave. It saves you like 20 to 30 seconds to just leave through the menu. Just open duty finder, leave. I did write that feel free to play at higher speed. Okay, well. Fact 3, about every 10 seconds, Buckman will cast a cold AoE Iron Justice. I have no idea what this AoE does. He never managed to hit me. What? No surprise. This video is a good indication of why editing is a valuable skill for engaging content. Yeah. Now you know, by the way, why every time I get under the armor, I just, like, speed up the footage. And just get through it as quickly as possible. I'm like, I mean, if I talk, or while I'm talking, you can see it. But once I'm done talking, I don't want you to see it. It's boring. Healed for 100 and... Yeah, healed for 142. If he hadn't used potion, he would have survived with 1 HP. So Paladin, which is not that amazing in that level range, can do it. Buckman fact 4. The stronger of your allies would be wise to draw the enemy's attention away from the weaker. Hey Ocni, hope you're doing well, that's good to hear. Those allies specialized in dealing damage will find their attacks more effective when dealt from the enemy's flank or rear. Actually, no job. Wait. Monk exists. Monk? Only Monk has a position in this level range. But yes, this was a reference to accuracy back in the day. This is because you had a different hit chance depending on whether you were in front, on the flank, or behind. You could also miss from behind. You just needed less accuracy rating for that. But they left that there. They even, like, the tutorial for DPS still says that. Reinforcements move to intercept. Hey Jeffrey, hope you're doing well. Another wave, but unlike the last... What? Unlike the last what? Yes, true north. Walkman fact 5. Every so often the magic bones will use Hell Slash, hitting once more for increased damage. Yes, they have a tank buster. I'm into roulette, but every time I get guild test, it gets faster by 10%. Pokemon Fact 6, level 11, Viper's Heart, don't judge me. Wow. 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 2 1 1 1. Hey, but you do amazing damage, right? Bonus fact, Bachman is even more afraid of you than you are of him. He might even manipulate the instance servers in an attempt to hide from you. Big thanks to the helpers who got me into the duty to bully him. The instance servers? Reserving server. Mental roulette, but every time I get guild test, it gets fast by 10% would actually be really funny. Especially, like, I have thought of what would I do if one day I actually had, like, the worst I've gotten is 28 guild tests out of 30 duties, right? Out of 30. If, let's say one day, I just sat down and did guild tests, or guild tests, I just sat down and did mental roulette and got like 50 guild tests and nothing else. Now we're getting somewhere. That would be insanely stupid. Oh right, the fact. Bachman and all his ads are susceptible to sleep. Next time you're doing this duty as a caster, try helping your tank and healer out by putting the ads to sleep. Your party members will be surprised. They will be surprised, yes. They'll be surprised and also very confused. Dave says, last night I had a 30-minute queue time as DPS for mental roulette. Bet you can't guess what I ended up getting. Under the armor? When do we get over the armor? Good question. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Well, actually, Dave, I sat in queue for like 5 minutes as DPS and got under the armor, and I was also very disappointed. Fact 8. Bachman and his ads move so slowly, a job with instant cast range attacks can easily kite them while barely getting hit at all, so Viper can do this too. Oh wait, not at level 11, never mind. I hear the Benny Hill theme here. What? Jump? And, oh, right, you skipped that one. Final fact, Bachman will sometimes cast a physical damage buff, King's Will. The buff lasts 15 seconds, and I have no idea what caused him to use it or how potent it actually is. I don't know either. Did he use it when you were a scholar? Also known as the Machinist Deep Dungeon Experience. Yep. That's what the mage adds is for, though, to hard counter physical range. Oh yeah, those 10 damage will really, really make a splash. By the way, is Wool still here? Because I have a clip from Wool. So that was ridiculous. A little surprising that any jobs had problems with, or like getting close to dying to it. Personally, before I would have sleeped the ads, I think I would have checked how much HP the ads have. Like, maybe you could have just killed them off by just attacking them. Like, if any of the jobs had trouble, I got the impression from what Ham said that any job could solo that. Like, all melee DPS can use Bloodbath to just out-heal until the boss dies. All the ranged DPS, like ranged physicals, can just kite. And, well, the healers can heal when they need it, so it's probably fine. And the tanks can pretty much, like, Paladin is the best example of tanks will not have trouble. Which leaves the mages, really. But if any of the mages have trouble, I would say just kill the ads. It seems like the boss itself hits for 10, so each ad is basically a plus 100% damage taken just for their presence. And because they sometimes just do a sudden tank buster, sometimes they do 200% the damage of the boss. And one of the ARR potencies made this more, you know, actually a learning experience. Based on what I've heard, no. Maybe the boss died a little slower. But aside from that, I don't think it's a big deal. Could this be a Scathe use case? It would, but you're level 11, so you don't have Scathe. You would have Thunder. We need Under the Armor Savage. That would be pretty funny. It would be hilarious if one day, just randomly, they released a Savage version of a really easy fight, and then it's just completely off the charts crazy. And Under the Armor is a good example of that. Just imagine you go into Under the Armor Savage, and it's like, why is he, like, he's really tanky, and then when you reach, like, 95% HP, he summons an ad, and the ad is not just magicked bones, he just straight up summons, like, a boss from A Realm Reborn. And that boss comes with all of its mechanics. It's just a normal version, but it's a whole boss, and Buckman hits like a Savage boss. That would be funny. Like, he just summons, like, I don't know, the final boss from Sastasha, and then at 90% he summons the final boss from Tamtara, and then at level 85% he summons the final boss from... That would be pretty funny, wouldn't it? He just, like, summons all of the Realm Reborn leveling bosses randomly. It's the Buckman. And yeah, exactly, Edo. That's pretty much what I heard as well, is that it wasn't any harder. But that makes it even sadder, in my opinion. That makes it even sadder, because that means that it was never a learning experience. You get him to 90% and he goes like, oh, very well, I'll have to get serious. And then he teleports you into a big arena to fight a huge version of him, and the dude is called Within the Armor. Maybe it's not the Dynamis Lord in the picture for the Alliance raid, but Buckman. Were guild tests a thing in 1.0? I don't know, but I would imagine that the game was wholly different back then. I get the impression that Wool checked in momentarily, but they're not here. If that's the case, then I just have a Tolkal's clip left. I don't think I've actually seen Tolkal in the chat at all. At least not recently. Portal Enthusiast. So maybe we'll just review that. A little carefully. By the way, this is the final dungeon of the MSQ. So if anyone don't want to see that, now I've been warned. Maybe the real treasure was the Buckmans we made along the way. Yeah, 1.0 was a completely different game. Like, you think the GCD is slow now, but if you've seen 1.0 footage, it almost looks like they're trying to make a turn-based game. But not turn-based.
To the memories of better days, I bid farewell.
Have you heard? Princess Fiend is here.
I guess that works. Let's see here. You should probably have used Salted Earth and Delirium by now. And Living Shadow. Covering the party list but shows portraits. Yeah. Yeah. The thing I was more thinking about is it's going to be really hard for me to see if the rest of the group is like doing something in particular when I can't see what they're casting. TBN seems to be used mostly closely to on cooldown, but there's 3 cooldowns here that should be used. You did get around to Salted Earth, but it should probably have been used earlier. And exactly, HP is also difficult to see. My advice for this, like Tulkul, if you're actually watching this, is don't do this. Don't do that. You're already halfway there. You can just set it to initials. Like, if it matters to you, you can just set it to initials everywhere. It'll take a while, but you can set it to initials everywhere. And then you don't have to do that. This actually makes it harder to review because we can't actually see what everyone's like, how everyone's doing and what they're doing. So I'd say something that concerns me here is that you probably want to bunch them up in a corner to make sure people with targeted AoEs can hit all of them. That's true. The reason why I didn't comment too much on that is because that mob and that mob, I'm pretty sure they're close enough that if you use something like Flare on this one, it'll hit that one. Same for that one. That's why I don't really worry about that. But yes, it would be better if, like, as you run up here, what you could do, like if you're going to get super sweaty about it, is you provoke the one on the right. Oops. Erdel, did you accidentally hit Strat's comment as well? That was a mistake, I think. I don't think we can undo it. I don't know, Erdel. It even came second. That was weird. Sorry about that, Strat. That wasn't intentional. Comments must be purged. But yeah, Strat did say bunching the mobs up in front of you is important. It doesn't matter whether you, the tank, can hit everything. First of all, you're a Dark Knight. You can't really. You have a lot of frontal cone stuff. But try to bunch them up in front of you. An easy way to do that is provoke this one and move over here. Like, provoke this one and move over here. Or, once you've picked up everyone, and also, you use Unmend here. If you use Unmend at all. Now. This is too late. So now you're standing here, you should move over there. To get those two closer to this one. Kirihin says, wait, what happened? I think Aradel managed to, like, basically, we tried to delete a bot message, and we also hit Strat. Hey, are you still here, Strat? Did we lose you? But yeah, aside from that, as far as I can see, you're using your cooldowns. Where do you have your buffs on your screen? Do you have your buffs on your screen? Oh, there! That's a little awkward. I would say if you're only using Ablation, just a moment. Hey Strat, if there's something where you can't actually write a message at all, can you write in the Discord? so that we know that, so we can fix that. Otherwise, just let us know in the chat that you're here, please. Right. If you're only using, they're timed out. Just a moment. Can I not do anything? That's really annoying. I can't find anything to undo that. Hey Mia, hope you're doing well. It has been a little bit. How long does that happen? How long does that last? Mia says, what's going on? What do you mean, Sip? And where can you see that? Where does it say that, Sip? Under where the message was deleted. It doesn't say that for me. Can I do something else? I'm trying something. I set a new timeout of 10 seconds on Strat. Can you try and write like 5 seconds? Do you somehow not have admin privileges on your own live stream? I do, Dave, but there isn't a list of people that have been timed out. I went in and checked, and I can only see a list of names that have been hidden on the channel. So I think what happened is that in Aradil's attempt to quickly delete the bot message, they might have triple clicked, and then what happened is they click once, then click on like delete the message from the bot, then they click again, and then just because of how it all angled, Aradil was mousing over timeout, and then accidentally sent it. That would also match, because from what I could see, when it opened the menu for timeout, where your mouse would have been placed naturally would be over 24 hours. But it's okay, Aradil. Now we know what to do. If you accidentally time out someone, If you accidentally time out someone, you just click on them again and time out them again and give them 10 seconds. It'll override the previous timeout, and then we can fix it. But yeah, sorry for the confusion. That was really annoying. Like, I was hoping that I could just click on their name and then just go remove timeout. It didn't even show me that they were timed out on my menu. Like, I don't know why. Anyway, let's catch up on that. And yeah, also that, Dave. That Sarah. It seems like it's basically the same message, right? Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Also, spend an hour helping 2 first-timers through dead ends. That sounds like a long time, Krakenmo. Right. Isagus says it should definitely show that info for the owner of the stream. How strange. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it didn't show it to me. It also completely deleted the text of the bot, but it didn't delete the text of Strat. For me, it specifically is grayed out, and I could like choose to read it anyway. Yeah, let's get back to what we were actually doing. What was I saying? Right. I would recommend that you don't just use Ablation. I think it would be good here that you also use Reprisal. This is partly because they're both like small cooldowns, but also because Reprisal will probably be available when you need it in the next pack. There's also the whole conversation about you have some cooldowns that are not being spent. You should use those. You should use those. Delirium would be available for the next pull, but now you just didn't get to use it here. Living Shadow would probably be available shortly before the boss comes up. But now if you use it, it won't. You should still, like, now you use Delirium. That's good. DBN, defensive cooldown. And I still stand you should use Reprisal here. Like, use an extra thing alongside Ablation. Ablation isn't that powerful on its own. And there you used Living Shadow. That's weird. Yeah, also that's Zav. If you wanted to hold the Living Shadow for this mob, it would become available on this mob if you had used it on the first pack. So yeah, big advice is use all of your damage cooldowns. You could have used Dark Mind. Did it do magic damage? Maybe some of it did magic damage. Delirium. There it is. The turrets. Ah, right. That's pretty good. Living Shadow and Delirium. Yep. Yeah, this also seems fine. I think there's most value in just most value in looking at the trash packs, because it seems like there's like, you feel like Talcal. I mean, I assume when you look at this, that you're reasonably good about using your cooldowns on cooldown on a boss, but it gets a little weird on trash packs. Here, we have the same case as on the first pack. This is extra awkward because you have this, like, crescent shape. These floaty boys don't really want to move that much. And these doggos, they do want to move. So if you move over there, like over there in the corner, then the doggos will come over. And this floaty boy that is, like, overlapping with the dogs will usually move a little bit. Like, standing over there is probably better than letting the floaty boys stand in a perfect crescent formation, which will give problems to the Pixelmancer especially. Use the defensive. You should use Living Shadow and Delirium. TBN and nothing? TBN and nothing. Oblation a little late. Reprisal? Most of the mobs are dead, but point still stands. 6 says I find the first boss really tricky. It's not easy. Emir says it's Talcon in the chat. I don't know. But I don't like, I checked their name and I don't think I've seen them in the chat for ages. So we're reviewing it here, and then hopefully they can use the advice after the stream or something. Living Shadow still ready? A key reason that you might hold on to Living Shadow is believing that it is a single target cooldown, but a reasonable amount of the damage Living Shadow does is actually AoE. And it also gives you Disesteem, which is also AoE. So you have no reason to hold it on an AoE pack. None. Frey, send me in! Yeah, exactly. Also, Darkside actually ended there. You should use the single target versions of the Deliriums on 2 targets, right? Yes, you should. Although I can understand when, like, the pack goes down from like 5, 4, 3 mobs down to 2, that you'll just finish a combo, because the thing is, if you do 1 step of the Bloodspiller upgraded combo, or rather you do 1 step of the Caetsu Delirium combo thing, then you won't get the full value of the single target one. It's a little bit pedantic, but yeah, basically my point is, like, I'm more focused on did you actually use Delirium. Dave says, isn't Living Shadow also an OGC? Correct, which is the reason why I'm like, use it, use it, use it, use it! Immediately, it costs you nothing. But yeah, again, didn't seem like there were any issues on the boss. There is something about cooldown usage and positioning of packs. Here, it's mostly fine. Like, the pack's kind of small, so it kind of, like, bunches together naturally. There's something about, like, defensive cooldowns coming out a bit slow, and you don't use more than Oblation. Like, Oblation goes alone for some reason. You don't want to do that. That one shouldn't come alone. It's only 10%. You want Oblation and Reprisal, or Oblation and something else. Like, something else has to go with it. Living Shadow. Solid Earth and Living Shadow. TBN, Oblation, Reprisal. Exactly, Oblation and TBN and Reprisal. Exactly, like, more than Oblation. Don't use it alone, and TBN doesn't count. Living Shadow. Living Shadow. Yeah, there was something in his notes about there being something with the final boss that seemed pretty minor. So I'll say try to have 20% mitigation up on trash packs as a rule of thumb. Something like that, I guess. Reprisal and Ablation will add together for 19%, but I get the idea, yeah. Like, reduce a little bit more than 10%. This is extra important on high-level content. Man, Sped Up, it really sounds like a Dalek. Yeah. Yeah, sorry that I'm just, like, speeding through it all in double speed, but it's just, there isn't that much to talk about, I feel. Habba says it always feels sus to use TPN with multiple mitigations, like it might stop it from breaking. I can assure you, Habba, that if your TPN doesn't break, then that's, like, then you know for next time. And if it doesn't break, then the fact that you basically took 0 damage for 7 seconds helps your healer a little bit, potentially. But again, you'll know next time. Like, you'll know for the rest of the dungeon that, oh, I'm pretty strong, I guess. Oh, there was the Vuln stack they mentioned. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure that I mentioned this specifically in my in a mentor video, that this mechanic, this combo specifically, is one that often catches people. It isn't this donut AoE. It's not the big hand here. It's always this, the sword, that is like the least obvious thing. It's like, it's doing a red mage LB over here, and over here it's actually like handing out free mounts, and then here it's just it's just grabbing a smoothie, right? And what hits you? The smoothie. My game? Oh. Right. Well, of the things that I saw there, what I would say is the first one is... Well, you are using TBN on trash packs. That's good. I would say don't use Oblation alone. Combine it with something else. Reprisal is a good one, because that also has a 1 minute cooldown, so usually you will have, like, you'll have 2 Oblations, right? But if you use one Oblation per pack, you'll probably also use 1 Reprisal per pack. Do that. It's a pretty good start. For your damage cooldowns, Living Shadow is to be used on cooldown. The first pull, you pull as much as you can, and then you go burst. And that includes Living Shadow, and Delirium, and Solid Earth, and Abyssal Drain, and everything else. You just go smash and use everything. Of course, you weave it correctly, but... Living Shadow should not sit ready if you're in combat. The only exception is if this mob is almost dead, so there's no point. Or, it's becoming untargetable, for example. Like, for example, if you had used Living Shadow on the first pull, then when you got to the elephant, Living Shadow would have gotten ready somewhere around 50% left on the elephant, or maybe 25%, kind of depends on the group. There, I would not have said a word if you had held Living Shadow, like, I'm gonna use it for the boss. I do that too. I usually don't use my 2 minute cooldowns and become ready on the elephant. I'll just hold them for the boss. Which can be a little awkward for jobs that have, like, 1 minute cooldowns that have to align with a 2 minute cooldown, like something like Dragoon. But if you just don't use anything when they become ready there, they'll be ready for the boss. And usually that's fine, because if you actually use everything, the elephant immediately dies, and then don't you look stupid. Yeah, I have a lot of dance partners. But that would be my main advice. If you see this Talcall, or Talcall. And also in regards to your recording, it's not super great if you block off the party list, because then we can't see what the rest of the group is doing. If you really must insist on the privacy of those players, that's your choice. I'm not going to impose on that. Do this instead. Wait. Over here. Do this instead. And hide their names like that. Like, please don't do it in post like that. I couldn't really see the status of your party very well. I could see in the final boss that when you got a bone stack, the Pixelmancer also got one shortly after and got hit hard. But I couldn't really use that information because it was kind of blocked off. But please don't do that. Obama says, what should I do with those 60-second cooldowns? In that particular case, I would say just don't spend them. Just hold them on the elephant in that particular example. I talk a little bit about this back and forth in my mental roulettes as Dragoon, that you could make a judgment call of going, well, if I just use my 1-minute cooldowns, then they don't go to waste. And then I'll just use everything on the 2-minute burst. But if we're going to be super, super honest with ourselves, in a dungeon like that, using your cooldowns is better than not using your cooldowns. Which does mean that if everything drifts apart and it's all bad, in some degree, it is better that you click it than you don't click it. Right? So you just use it. It's going to feel terrible, but that would be optimal. Better to just click everything. But you can get really brainy about it, and I think the best you can do is try and try different things for yourself. Try and see what works, because what I experienced when I did that dungeon as Dragoon, where I held things sometimes, is because I held things, the packs took way longer. So you don't want to do that. Obama says Dragonfire Dive also messes with me because it's well, this gets me a lot more potency on this group of mobs than this boss. Doesn't matter. Click it. You just use it. Better to use it than not use it. It's only relevant if it's well, if I wait 20 seconds, then I can Dragonfire Dive multiple mobs. But it's holding it means you get less Dragonfire Dives. And yeah, exactly, as Strahd says, the judgment call is mainly, will the mob live for the duration of the buff at least so you get value? And the reason why it can be difficult to make that judgment call is because you might go, well, if I use everything, the mob will not survive, but if I don't use anything, then the mob will very much survive, but if I use some of it, and then the question is, how much is that? Right? Emian says, do you have room to do my dumb ping clips? I do, actually. It's not this one. Let's see, Ymir had 2 clips about latency. It's a little loud. Wow. Whoa. There's a heart there and a heart there. Shoop. Whoa. Whoa. Perfect. Challenge for you on Saturday. Oh, I would not attempt that on Savage. That's the skinniest Dark Knight. Yeah, well, this is what you get when your ping is really low. And you get this kind of power. By the way, every time I hear her say that, aha! I think I'm like picturing like Peanut. Like, any of you know Jeff Dunham? That was amazing. With 2 hearts on you, no less. I would not have taken that risk if it was me. I know, Giraheen, but it's just like, it sounds exactly like that. I haven't seen that in years, so like, it's just like, it's so perfect that I hear it like 3 times and like, this feels familiar in a weird way. The real strat is being a Lalafell to have an accurate hitbox. You know what? You know what's really dumb about that, Dave? You don't have an accurate hitbox as Lalafell. Do you know how big? Do you know how big your hitbox is as a player? 1 pixel. 1. There are cases where people resolve mechanics by placing themselves in a single pixel of safety where there's like multiple AoE circles overlapping, but there's like the perfect center of those is 1 pixel where they're not touching. You just stand there, it's safe. A particular example you can do this with is in Mount Golg. On the second boss, it does this thing where it puts down these circles that do like a donut AoE. Sometimes they'll like have like 2 of the circles like overlap so that they cross right at the tip of the edge of the square arena. If you actually shove yourself into that tip of the edge of the arena, you will not get hit, even though everything in your brain will tell you, I'm going to get hit. You've done that in Mount Gold. Awesome. It's an awesome parlor trick, isn't it? How's Small Kai? She's well. She's probably drinking a smoothie right about now. The second clip is less impressive. Well, let's see it anyway. Oh man, you're just trailing that circle AoE. That was actually pretty impressive. This is a really random thought. This is a really random thought. Something that I would really, really like is when the game does circle AoEs like this. Like this. Where they just go, something's going to happen here. Put a timer on it. Like, I don't know, like, make it so that there's, like, a circle in it that expands out that indicates when it lands. Like, give me something. I have no indication of when this is going to land. Like, the reason why I wouldn't trail this one is because I would be afraid that I would happen to stand in it exactly when it resolves. Because I don't know when it resolves! Triple kill! And it's me! You gotta just feel it, let the mechanics flow through you. You're merely a vessel for DPS. Yeah, I see that because I'm dead. You can actually see me saying exactly that. Do you see that? Do you see it? Do you see it, Emir? I said I don't want to stand in that circle because I don't know when it resolves. I'm there. I was trying to flee that way because I don't want to be in this circle because I don't know when it resolves. And then I died. Ozu style indicators would be neat. Yeah, something like that would be nice. I also said ow in the chat. Yeah, I would like it if there was something. It doesn't have to be too clear, but just something so you can see it's landing soon. Jake says if I would send you a friend request, would you accept? I can't. On Small Kai, I would. On this character, I only add friends that I can interact with on Chaos and Light, and I haven't added anyone in quite a while because there's a lot here. But yeah, that's the reason, is there's like I can't have everyone. That's basically it. It's not meant as a decline, it's more meant as, you know. Hope you understand, Jake. Thank you for asking. It's also a case that you have 200 out of 200. Yeah, exactly. That's the bigger thing. And I have, for a long time, like, deleted friends to make space for more. However, does that icon mean you haven't accepted? I think that's what it means. If you open your Crossworld link shells, you should have an invitation to a link shell. This should work while you're on Materia. Jake. And that way you would be able to interact with all of these people, including me, while we're all on Materia. And it only takes up your Crossworld link shell spot on Materia. So when you go home, you can't see it because it's only active on Materia. It is a way to circumvent the problem that I can only have 200 friends. You might have to unlock Crossword link shells if you haven't yet, but it is there, Jake. I can only accept on my home server. I'm pretty sure if you open your Crossworld link shell, it's not link shell, it's Crossworld link shells, you should be able to see this, and you should be able to accept this. Because you can't see this when you're on your home server. So try and check. The M4. Yeah, there it is. The M4N lasers are pretty brutal on the timing. It feels like the instant that the shot happens, you have to move into position for the next one. Yeah, the way that Crossworld link shells work is that you have a list of up to 8, and each of them are exclusive to the data center. So for that reason, we have one of these Crossworld link shells on Materia, on Light, and on Chaos. I don't know if we have them elsewhere because I couldn't be part of them myself if they were. But we have at least 3. And that way we can communicate over there, almost like a pseudo free company in a weird way. And that way you would also be able to see if you were on Materia, you could just open this and see if there's anyone on. And then you can there's a chat room for specifically that. Wait, I think, let me just see. We got through all of the clips. The wool one is still there, waiting in the wing. But we got through all the clips and we went for a walk. But we also went 1 hour longer than I planned, which is classic me. With that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube stuff. That means the YouTube algorithm realizes that, oh, this is a good stream, and you'd like other people to see it as well. So that of course helps me. So thank you all so much for the support. And if you would like to enjoy the company of some of the people in the chat or me outside of the streams, there's also a Discord community server that you can join, where you'll find the weekly schedule. You can see what else is coming up, like more Mental Roulette tomorrow and more Savage on Saturday. And you will also find the announcement room, where you can see links to streams and videos when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, you can get a notification when I do post a stream or a video. An extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you would like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, or you can also use the super chat. And if you don't want to use the YouTube options, there's also a Ko-fi link in the description. It all helps me directly, or rather me and the channel directly, to be able to for doing all of this for all of you, and focus on making fun and entertainment for all of you. So the support is very much appreciated. I think that's everything from me. I hope you all enjoyed the talks and the advice. I'm sure some of you might be able to use some of it, even if it wasn't you that I was reviewing. But I think that'll be all for tonight. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!